everyone. Welcome back. We got another TerrafirmaGreg stream going. How is everyone today? I mean, considering, nobody's here. Expect people to answer in the first couple minutes, but, if you're watching the VOD, how are you doing today? You know? I just set some stuff up for some VODs to go out. I think I just scheduled the 50th VOD to go out on tomorrow, which will be real fun. It's a neat milestone to reach. But as always, it's gonna probably take a couple minutes or two before people start showing up to the stream. So, oh boy, drinky some milk. What do we got going on? I was working on that building. We've been doing some power stuff. I think probably need to charge batteries again. I just got some steel made by the the electrical blast furnace. So I've got to charge my batteries, which we are working on. Okay, good. As long as those things are starting, we're fine, because I was able to make enough steel last time to get a little bit of get another machine made. I can make another machine. We need the gas collector, because I found out that we need what is it we need? It's for aluminum. Uh, yeah, we need nitrogen gas. If we can get nitrogen gas, then we can it greatly reduces the amount of time that it's gonna take for us to produce aluminum, and that'll just make it a lot easier on us. So we do need that nitrogen gas, which is pretty easy. Just centrifuge out air. So yeah. Uh yeah. I mean, that's kind of it, isn't it? Yeah, I guess we just need the gas collector, don't we? Let's get that recipe up on here. I'll just do a couple things. I'm not going to be putting these out as much as I've done previously, because at this point we've kind of figured out how to make most things. It does require... Oh, it requires a fluids filter. Okay. That's actually... I'm pretty sure I have tons of sodalite lying in the back somewhere. Or something. I know there was something we set up a miner for that got us a bunch of sodalite. Soda! Okay. So I'm probably gonna have to go find that, aren't I? Where does sodalite spawn? I guess it's all just its own. I could have sworn we had a bunch of sodalite already dug up, though. But we are gonna need that lapis before we can even make a... Heck, we need a... Well, no, I can do a saw. It does have a 65% chance. But I probably want the cutter anyways, right? Like, we've been talking about making the cutter eventually. Really need that. Well, probably a good idea to just kind of work on making this thing now. I mean, we're going to be making stuff and kind of waiting for things to, like, just power to generate. I just need to fill up batteries and whatnot. So, let's see. I'm going to do a recipe tree of this one. I'm just going to put these down. I can go back in and add the things, right? Can I... Is that gonna... Yeah, it is. Okay. So I need cobalt brass plates. I need cobalt brass ingots. Which is there a type of dust? Cobalt brass. There's a type of dust that we can make in the mixer. That's gonna be how we do it. 1 aluminum, 1 cobalt, and 7 brass. Shouldn't be that hard to make. brass. What do we have for brass? I think I've just been making brass on demand, haven't I? Yeah, there's only like 2 pieces of brass here. How many pieces do we need? 7 pieces of brass dust. How do I make brass dust? 3 zinc. Okay, so we'll just get 6 pieces of copper and 2 pieces of zinc. Go get this ground up. I grabbed tin, not zinc. Oh, hold on. Let's go swap this out. Oh, we gotta set it to a 1. Our good old kinetic mixer. Hopefully this thing isn't gonna run out of power before I get it. Yep, there it went. Okay. Can I turn you off? Yeah, I can. You see, this is the issue, is that I gotta wait. I gotta, like, can't use the machines and everything else at the same time. 7 pieces of brass dust, 1 aluminum, 1 cobalt. And there's 1 cobalt. We have a lot of this cobalt. I think it's come from all that copper we've been centrifuging. 1 aluminum. And then, what do I do with this stuff? I guess just arc furnace it? Yeah. I could also extract it. Arc furnace is probably easier, right? Because we're just making plates. Yeah, we just need 4 plates. Arc furnace. How much do I... Does this go in the... Yeah, 9 of it goes in the centrifuge, so there's not really... What do we use cobalt brass for, anyways? Is there something better to use it for? I don't think it matters. We already made it, so... I guess we'll just... Well, I'll only cook the amount that I need. And then we'll go from there. Saw, hammer, file. A hammer. Saw. Okay. So... Ah. Alright. So now we need to make the rest of this. That was battery buffer. I really need to just let it sit. I guess I can, like, I can do this stuff while I have the steel and the materials that I need. We can... We can try to make the machines, and then whenever I'm out of steel, we'll just let the batteries charge. Because I do have other stuff I want to work on instead of just making machines. So I've got plenty of time to work on those while our batteries are charging. I need 2 pieces of red steel. Yep, still have some red steel. I really should just like make a big batch of this at some point. I think don't do all the machine casings, machine hulls use red steel? I'm starting to think they do. Because this is the low voltage. No, what we need is we need the hull, not the casing. Right? Uh oh, this one uses wrought iron. Huh. That's surprisingly cheaper. Okay, so they don't. So red steel's really only going to be needed for the low voltage machine hulls. This one takes wood? Okay, cool. Do I have my cables on me? I do. And I think we have 2 circuits right there. Uh, here. Okay, 1 machine hull. We need an electric motor. I'm gonna need more tin wires. Let's make up a small batch of that. What, probably like 20? I think we're going to probably need. Eventually you can put it in an assembler for no real steel cost? Really? Oh, you're right. Oh, but it requires liquid polyethylene. Well, that'll be useful once we unlock polyethylene, which we're pretty close to. Um, we're like fairly close to being able to unlock polyethylene. Maybe not fairly close. We're in the right tier for unlocking polyethylene. But that's a good tip. Thank you. I will have to make sure to remember to do that. Because that'll be really good because I think the low voltage machines are still going to be very useful even up into even up through the medium voltage tier. Was I grabbing tin? Let's just do like 10 ingots as wire, and then I'll just jacket all these wires and make that. Wire mill, we want you on A1. Yeah, that's going to be useful because I think like most of our low voltage machines are probably going to uh we're still probably going to make several because like I think the low voltage miners actually are going to be a very useful machine throughout the rest of the ages because with the low voltage miners like they only cover basically a chunk worth of area and that's all we really need them to do since I'm only loading the individual chunks that they're in. So I'm thinking like once we especially once we get access to polyethylene, we'll have to start making a bunch more miners so I can just kind of leave them in places. Just recharge them every once in a while. I need more batteries too. That's the big thing I want right now. I really want more batteries. I need to make a, but then again, I need to get a miner to make No, it's actually slightly larger than a chunk. I think it's 17 by 17. Yeah. Yeah, so the basic miner does 17 by 17. But then like you get up to the advanced miner, that's it's like more than 2 chunks. I think they all do. Yeah, it looks like they all do slightly like one block higher than the next size of chunks, right? Because it looks like this one does 2 chunks and this one does 3 chunks. Radius. Is that a radius? No, that's the diameter. So yeah, but yeah, it's at least enough for that. Okay, do I have rubber in the assembler? No, but pretty sure I have some. Yeah, that's not going to be enough rubber, though. Okay. But I need more rubber, which means I need more sulfur. Isn't that hard to get? I just haven't been producing any. Yeah, we got some purified sulfur right here. We'll just start the thermal centrifuge on this thing. Thing's probably going to run out of rubber fast enough, yeah. Yeah, because I don't have any sulfur in here. I only need the one piece. The one piece. The one piece is real. Okay. I'm gonna wait for this to finish. I got some breakfast. I got some leftover. It's orange chicken. I bought it's just a pack of like orange chicken you can buy at the store. It's like a family brand. I don't remember what brand it is, but it's family sized. And you know, if you cook it in the skillet, it's actually really good. Put some oil in there and then just fry it and then put your sauce in and cook it up. As long as you cook it well, it comes out pretty good. Definitely acceptable. Which like shouldn't be surprising considering that's kind of sort of how you make it. Um, like how you'd actually make it. It's just instead you'd start with like raw chicken. But this stuff is already cooked. Also, you know what's crazy? I kind of realized this yesterday when I was messing around with this machine. This thing kind of sounds like a person like whispering when it's running. Yeah, I guess I never really ran the. Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, actually thinking about it, this thing doesn't sound like that now. Really, that was an actual April 1st thing. That's crazy. Yeah, because I was hearing I was in the I was in here, yeah, and I was just like sitting here. I'm like, what is that sound? Like a person whispering or something. That's cool. Yeah. Yesterday was kind of crazy. Um, Nobody showed up to stream yesterday, but I think that's because Minecraft also um does their own April Fool's Day thing. The what do they call it? I don't remember what they call it. But like I noticed that Small Ant was he was streaming at the same time I was, and I'm pretty sure it was just a case of everybody was probably going to watch him instead of coming by here because the dude had like I think he had like 4K viewers when I noticed or when I looked, um, which is pretty cool. I like his content quite a bit. Um, Most of the time, I like watching a lot of his I'm like I've seen a lot of his YouTube videos and they're pretty good. I like I've seen a lot of his videos where he plays what's it called? Mario Party Odyssey. Oh, that's nice. Got yourself an assembly line? That's good. I didn't do a whole lot yesterday on stream. Well, I mean, I guess I kind of did. I made my first aluminum. I kind of just spent some time uh, gathering my thoughts on what I needed to do next. I have a plan. I have it kind of outlined out here, so I'll probably be working on this while we're waiting on stuff. But I have a plan to add a big building out here. This outline here should be a 3x3 chunk area. So 9 chunks in total. And I want to do like a big science building and have it like be tall and just keep like increasing the height on the science building as we go. Which I think will be nice because then we won't have to like mess around with adding like extra stuff or anything. And I'm planning on doing like a little power station. So I'm gonna have a tree farm back here, and it's in one chunk, and then the next chunk we're gonna be doing some power generation. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Good evening. Um, yeah, his Zelda videos were pretty good too. Small Ant's he's a good content creator, I think. He's very knowledgeable in all the games that he plays, and it's really neat um seeing him mess around with those games. He's pretty skilled too. I watched like I was saying I've watched some of his Mario Party, not Mario Party, Mario Odyssey videos where he was doing like sometimes he gets invited to like the Mario Party hide and seek um games, and it's always really funny because like uh he's really good at the game, so he does a lot of just like dodging around and like hiding in crazy locations. Um and it's he's always like the biggest menace in the games. Like people have to kind of uh take special care to hunt him down specifically, which is it's pretty fun. I think it's fun watching watching everyone try to catch him. Let's see. Okay, we need, what do I need for these? Ugh, gods, these need so many motors. Um, motor. Okay, dang, I didn't realize we need so many motors for these. Uh, and I don't think we have any cheaper recipes for these. No, no. All right, so I should have done this out in the recipe tree for, because these conveyor modules take up so much. Yeah, we need 3 motors. So, oh, oops. Well, rip. Guess pressing that button's not a good idea. Let's get heck, we need more. We need more copper. That's fine. Now, we need some more copper, but I got other stuff to work on, so I'm gonna put up this stuff for a bit, and I'm going to. I got my battery charger here, charging some batteries, and then I'm gonna put some stuff to work back here. We have enough methane to do around. Actually, you know what? We don't need we don't need to do the batteries right now. I just need this purified copper ore centrifuged out. Okay, well that's gonna take a while. You know, that thing takes basically forever to do anything. So that's fine. I'm gonna work on this building. Where first things first is we're going to be doing a. I want to do a power station back here. So power station. Um. Yeah, so we're gonna have another tree farm back here. Right, I'm gonna have this tree farm, and then it's going to feed into. I was looking at it. We need one of those pyrolase. I think it's pyrolase. Pyro. Yeah, pyrolase ovens. We need one of these, which is going to take a little bit of time. But in the meantime, we have other things I can kind of set up to take care of it. I think. I mean, this is the goal. Eventually, I need one of these running my power station because I need to do the benzene production. Uh, benzene's going to be our big. What is this? Cell workbench. That sounds fun, right? Because we need I need a distillery. I need a lot of things. What was I gonna do with this to begin with? I guess we're just gonna put a bunch of. I guess we're gonna put a bunch of methane production back here to start with. You know, that raises a good point though. If I'm doing some methane stuff anyways, what I haven't taken a good look at what it takes to make polyethylene. And it is a pyrolase oven, isn't it? Uh hold on. No, wait, hold on. We need the distillery. Yeah. With the biomass route, you need the medium voltage distillery. I keep wanting to call it multi voltage, but that doesn't make any sense. Okay, so I need ethanol and ethylene to make polyethylene, which now that I'm saying it out loud makes sense. uh yeah, I guess ethanol and ethylene would probably be needed for polyethylene. Okay. This is gonna be a lot of like the only thing is I'd probably rather mess with oil, but I guess I could make one of these fluid drilling rigs and see if we can just happenstance find our way upon oil. But until we get the upgraded ore prospector, it's just kind of stabbing in the dark. What was I? What else do I need? Yeah, I guess I can't get polyethylene right now, can I? Polyethylene, right? Because we need liquid polyethylene, and that goes in a chemical reactor, ethylene and air, or ethylene and oxygen. Uh, that's a really good point. I could just get some oil sands and use that to kickstart everything, couldn't I? You raise a very good point. Um, this is so obviously we're gonna want to use oxygen when we do this if we can. Ethylene, yeah, it's just made out of distillery. Right, because we can run the issue with what's the other way of doing, yeah, because you can do wood gas, but that does require medium voltage. Which we could actually make a low voltage distillery if we were doing oil. That's a good point. Yeah. But the rest of the quest requires, actually, does it require, this isn't a dependent of it, well, for the distillery. Um yeah, I'm trying to see. So it looks like um because we can make, we need a distillery is going to be the big thing, and we need, okay. Let's read through some of this together as a class. We're going to read through all of this stuff. So the fuel drilling rig is not something we were going to mess around with right now because we don't, a little bit more difficult. But the oil sands is what we're going to get. The underground has pure oil sands, oil veins. You may centrifuge the dust to get oil. Note the oil path is one path towards ethylene. The other path involves getting natural with some ethanol. Oil is optional right now. The oil can be refined in the form of light fuel, diesel, or even gasoline, which are excellent power options. If you choose this path, you should use it for both power and ethylene. Oil sands are a great starting point. They'll tide you over until you unlock your fluid drilling rigs, which is kind of what we kind of came to that conclusion. Is this, yeah, get a pump, place it above an oil spout, and give it some power. Do not put pump above an ocean as in pull water, but where, from what I've heard, the oil wells in the ocean are disabled, which makes sense because I haven't seen any. So, um, so this is for like the oil geysers and stuff. So I don't think we have that in here. All right, so the distillery, before we start, here's some important information. You're aiming to make ethylene. Taking the oil route requires at least a low voltage distillery. I don't think there's anything lower than that. While the biomass route, you will need a medium voltage distillery. Either to complete this quest. Let's discuss the complex talk with distillation. You want to try to help you understand and why the JEI recipes are the way they are, so stick with us. Nearly all the distillery recipes are duplicates from the distillation tower, which I kind of surmise that myself, except that they only have one fluid output and void everything else. In other words, you could argue that the distillery is an inferior distillation tower. This doesn't mean that the distillery is the worst of the two. It is unlocked earlier and is smaller, cheaper, and more energy efficient per recipe. In many cases, you won't even mind losing the other fluids. Distilleries are an essential component for power generation, whether you pick diesel or benzene. Yeah, so that's the thing. I think we still need a distillery to make benzene as well, which I don't know if it requires medium voltage, so we'll have to check that. Probably want many of them at low tier as possible to avoid the energy losses from overclocking. Makes sense. Okay, so distilling oil will give us fuel that we will need to desulfurize. Hydrogen sulfide is perfectly recycled in an electrolyzer. To automate the process, simply put your chemical reactor and your electrolyzer next to each other. Be sure to enable your screwdriver to enable, or use your screwdriver to enable input from the output side. Light fuel is a good power option, but there's something even greater. Check the quest to the left. Diesel is an oil-based combustion fluid to mix light fuel and heavy fuel. The right ratio for distilleries is 3:2 from oil or raw oil. This would necessitate 3 distilleries for a light fuel or 2 distilleries for heavy fuel. You can cut the amount of oil required drastically by using heavy oil for heavy fuel specifically. Oil sands is a great option if you wish to go down this route. For the math nerds, you will need to go from 8.33 oil to 6 diesel to 5 oil plus 0.4 heavy oil, 6 diesel. Do not attempt to put the oil in a distillation tower. You might think it is good because it gives both light and heavy fuel. However, this requires a lot of overclocking to be worth your time, and you will lose more energy than what the byproducts are worth. That's an important tip if we do go that route. In general, it's better to prioritize placing down more machines, parallelization over overclocking the recipes. That way you end up losing less energy producing the resources. Diesel is burned in a combustion generator. It can be further refined into ethane boosted diesels in high voltage. Compared to the other power sources, it is generally more efficient, but a more demanding process line. If you take the oil route for polyethylene, this can work great with existing infrastructure. Ultimately, the power source you want to use is your choice. It also really depends on if we can find oil underneath our island or not. I'm sure there probably is oil here. But if we can find a nearby source of oil, also depends on whether or not we're going to be going that route. Okay, so I don't really care much about that, but we want ethanol. As this is your previous mention, made biomass in you'll need this for ethylene in a reactor. Once you have a hefty starting stock of ethanol, consider making and distilling fermented biomass in a distillation tower when you get there. Do not try to use ethylene as a power source. It is quite possibly its worst use. If it's organic power that you want, we suggest taking a look at benzene instead. Yeah, that's probably an important tip. Okay, this isn't this isn't like super. Oh, okay, I think so. So I need ethanol from one source. Naphtha distilling oil will give you fuel that you need to desulfurize. This is the same thing as that other one. Naphtha is a good product source. Keep following the quest to the right for more details. Let's do the hydrocarbons. There are many ways to acquire ethylene from oil processing. It's easy to get lost in all the options and recipes. The best way is to steam crack naphtha in a chemical reactor. Be sure to make the severely steam cracked version for a higher yield of ethylene. Once in high voltage, you'll have the option to do this recipe in the cracking unit at 100% efficiency. Unfortunately, the recipes you are doing with the chemical reactor will have a loss of 50%. All of this looks and feels terribly inefficient. We hope that's strong motivation to tier up. Distillation tower will be a huge upgrade for petrochem, but you're not quite there yet. Right now, you'll have to use a distillery to get ethylene. Okay. All right. So we start with oil. Okay. So if I have a bucket of oil, heavy oil, raw oil. Okay. Oil deposits. Well, what do we get from... Yeah, for centrifuging? Yeah, so we centrifuge oil sands and it gets us oil, right? And soul sand for some reason. So, lubricant isn't what we're looking for. We need a distillery, and we're wanting to make... There's a lot of options for this. Sulfuric naphtha or sulfuric light fuel. Sulfuric light fuel is better ratios. But then that gets into a chemical reactor. It also works in a combustion generator for pretty terrible results, actually. So chemical reactor can separate out sulfuric light fuel and hydrogen gas into hydrogen sulfide and light fuel. So the light fuel is what we're looking for the most. And then the light fuel, we're looking for the severely steam cracked. Yeah. Severely steam cracked light fuel. And then that goes into a distillery to make ethylene. That's actually a lot easier than I was thinking it was going to be. Yeah, because what was it, the oil goes into a distillery, and then the sulfuric light fuel goes into a chemical reactor. These are all low voltage things too. Let me double check the benzene. What do I need for benzene? No, see, we need a medium voltage distillery for benzene, but I think like making a low voltage distillery would probably be a good idea to start because we can get ethylene with oil pretty easily. And then the thing is, like, if we get ethylene, we can make low voltage machines easier, which is why I kind of want to go this route as opposed to going straight for the benzene. Because right now, I mean, we're technically in medium voltage, but I do think that we are going to kind of be in low voltage for a bit while we wait on things to, like, generate to, like, really get us into medium voltage. And also, like, there's going to be a lot of things I'm going to be working on, and I think it's a good idea to go for polyethylene first. Because, like, I think we can make polyethylene pretty easily with just some oil. I need to go find where my miners are. Hey, how's it going over here? You still working on copper for me? How do I don't want to put this in an arc furnace. I guess I do just kind of cook this still, don't I? Yeah. But is there even a way? Maybe that should be one of the things I add. I might have to add that furnace recipe back in for the copper dust. Pretty sure you're supposed to be able to do this with just normal copper dust. Although it's not like this thing is really all that hard to run. It just needs a little bit of charcoal. Go. Alright, so we have an idea, we have a plan. I know there's oil sands on the mainland. I haven't found any oil sands here on the island, but the mainland has oil sands. Hmm. Hmm. Probably shouldn't pick that up then. Yeah, this is... Yeah, see, this is gonna be what we're gonna wanna do. Big boost in... Hmm. Although, I mean, like, diesel Diesel might be such a good option though. Diesel sounds like, cause what is this? It's heavy fuel and light fuel in a medium voltage mixer. It's still gonna be a little bit of time before we get that. Maybe we should go with the diesel route instead of, cause how much does this? This is pretty dense. This is pretty energy dense. Cause what is benzene? Oh, I forgot I was working on stuff here. So benzene is 352 EU per millibucket, and diesel is 480 per millibucket. So it actually is a better source. And then we can like use the diesel for other stuff later, right? Like eventually, yeah, we get this stuff, which is pretty energy dense as well. I don't know. I don't know. Combustion generators? I'm really liking the idea of combustion. Right? Because, like, some good stuff. It was good stuff. I don't know how to make this stuff, though. Nitric acid. Oh my god. We're gonna need, like, a whole section dedicated just to power generation, aren't we? I mean, I don't think we're getting past that. That should have enough energy to finish. Right. What do we have for combustion? It does also, again, like, it still really kind of depends on what we can find on the island. What we have access to. High-octane gasoline is probably one of the most energy-dense things we can get. But that does take a significant amount of time. Or significant, like, um, takes a lot. Takes a lot. And all that's bad. Not as bad as sulfuric light fuel, though. Light fuel is bad. Ethanol. We can also make biodiesel, which isn't really energy dense either, so I don't know why we would use biodiesel. Yeah, because this one's hard to make too. Why we would bother with that. All right. I have I need what? We need I was working on the cutter for reasons I honestly don't quite remember right now. I think it's because we need it for the gas collector. Or we don't need it, but I want it for making the gas collector. But I need 3 of these motors, which require can I just no, I can't. 4 copper wires each, which is 2 ingots each, so I need 6 ingots of copper. Okay, how's our buddy over here doing? How's our thermal centrifuge doing? It's doing okay. Let's turn you off for a little bit. And I need the wire mill. We also need what? It's 3 rods per each one, so I need 3 times 3, 9 rods. 9 iron rods. Do I have an extra one lying around? Maybe, but probably not. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I just need 4 pieces of iron then. Ooh, it's a full moon. So I need 3 of these. Should be able to make all 3 motors. Yeah, there we go. I know I have the circuits in my other inventory. Get those out. 1 piece of glass and 6 sheets of rubber. I left that mold over here. Fluid solidifier. Oh heck, where did my barrel go? My drum. It got stuck on the belt or something, didn't it? Yep. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Tractor, yeah. Alright. I just need a piece of glass now. And I can go put up some stuff while I'm over here. Probably some sticks and dirt. That's a sticks and dirt. It's always just like 1 stick, but it takes up an inventory space. Which, you know, I could always just get rid of it, but... oh well. And I do have food on me this time. Actually carrying food in my vessel for once. Okay, and then these bowls can just go straight back into there. 1 piece of glass. Okay, so now we have a basic cutter. Let's see. There's a few things I need. I need a miner. Yeah. I need another miner. I need what was I mining last time with because I had a miner placed somewhere. See, I really need to I need to work on this area here so that we have some power somewhere else. I guess I could slap it in the back and work on it that way. I'll just oop. Yay. Does this require a cutting blade? No. Okay. Good. Yeah, we're not going to be doing a whole lot here with this thing. We're going to be probably just filling it up with some water, and then I just needed to cut a couple things. I really don't need it for a huge amount right now. I'm trying to be more useful later on, but right now, I know it's fine. Okay. Oh, carpets can be placed vertically and on ceilings? I didn't realize that. Okay. So, I've got the cutter. Which I needed it for the gas collector. We need to go on an adventure, I think, to the mainland. To get some oil sands. Which means we're going to want to charge up our batteries before we go. Okay. The question is, first of all, what season is it? Spring. Okay. Second of all, second question. What was I using my miner for? Where did I put it? Where did I place the dang thing? I think it was for aluminum, that's right. Yeah, so we're gonna go back down to the black sand beach. I'm pretty sure that thing I took the batteries with me, so I kinda highly doubt that it's, you know, doing anything interesting. But we're gonna go collect that miner. I probably should have just collected it last time anyways, instead of leaving it out there. I'm just gonna walk. We're gonna have a lovely walk. Oh, there was that horse. There was a horse last time we were at. Maybe I'll take the rowboat this time. to the mainland. I'm pretty sure there was a horse that I have tied up. I guess I could just run. Wee. Wee. Yeah. Getting I think we got plenty of aluminum for now. So I don't think we're gonna really I don't really need that. We need some lapis and or sodalite because I need to make that plate that's used for the fluid filter so that we can make the gas collector because that'll get us something probably. I'm sure it'll be good. Oh right. We needed the gas collector was for we need nitrogen for the electric blast furnace so that it will so that we can do aluminum better. So right now it's just very difficult to like actually make aluminum, so all right, is this real water or is this seawater? This is seawater. I don't need seawater. I need fresh water. Take a sip of the fresh water. I got milk though. Milk is kind of like water, right? Shut up, seagulls. Okay. Oh, we got a little bit more aluminum. It must have been on a little bit after I'd left. Okay. One battery buffer. Now, this is always the scary part. Okay, but I got it. One of these days, I feel like I'm just gonna lose a miner down one of those stupid holes. Because there's not a way to pick it up just with the wrench, right? Not like create machines. I don't know. A wrench. All right, with this miner, I like we're gonna get some oil sands. Yeah, we go get some oil sands. It'll be fun. There's oil sands all over the place on the mainland, like literally just everywhere. In a certain spot, there's like a huge amount of that stuff. We do need the distillery before we can make use of the oil sands, though. So I guess we're gonna have to make one of those. I still need the distillery, even though we're making a low voltage version. I still need the low voltage distillery for a couple things. I think we need it for making rennet, right? Um, no, I need a fermenter. I can ferment soybeans. Actually, we just need a fermenter, don't we? I just ferment soybeans. But fermented biogas, biomass. It's biomass. No, I need a brewery. What do I need a distillery for then? It's whatever. I'm sure it'll be useful. And if it's not, we just grind it up once we get to high voltage, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I'm thinking, like the oil route is very attractive. Just because I think, like, what was it with the gas generator? Because, like, what's the best? Because, like, I'm pretty sure looking through all this, it's still, because that was okay. Coal gas, wood gas, propane gas. Because nitrobenzene is probably the best one we're going to get, I think. Yeah. Nitrobenzene is kind of the best one for the gas generator, unless you're counting like what? This stuff, which I don't think is even as good as nitrobenzene. Yeah, it's not. It takes 16 millibuckets of this stuff. But like this is I mean this is fairly easy to make. Distilled water nitration mixture. We're gonna be making benzene anyways. Um the nitration mixture is just sulfuric acid and nitric acid. Probably super easy to make. Water, oxygen gas, nitrogen dioxide, which I feel like is just nitrogen oxide, and this is probably just oxygen gas, ammonia, nitric oxide. How do I make nitric oxide? Well, that's one way. Nitric oxide fused. This is the chemical reactor. I guess ammonia, which is nitrogen gas and hydrogen gas. Okay, yeah. So I think the thing is like going the nitrobenzene route is better. It's like easier, but like going get some crazy like high because like nitrobenzene it's 1 millibucket for like 1200 EU, but like high octane gasoline is like at least twice as efficient. Um, or at least twice as energy dense. That is. And how do I get in a high octane gasoline? Gasoline, octane, nitrous oxide. Yeah, this is a lot more difficult to make. But even gasoline in the see this is gasoline is actually better than um nitrobenzene. It's raw gasoline and raw gasoline's naphtha. See, and there's so much stuff that goes into half of this. I think that's the big issue is like the gas. The gas generation just takes a lot. But it would also like I wouldn't have to rely on trees. So that sounds nice, not having to rely on trees. But then you do have to rely on like oil wells. So like what happens if we run out? Which I don't know. I don't know if that's necessarily that big of an issue, but because of like the I mean just because of the density and you get so much from oil wells. Yeah, maybe we do just go gasoline. Maybe I don't bother with that create contraption I was working on. Maybe we just go with like gasoline. I just import oil. At least until we get the stuff for I don't know if that's the thing is I think like oil like combustion generators aren't really viable in medium voltage, I think. They definitely become a lot more viable in high voltage, but I wonder if it's worth trying to go for. I okay. What does it take to make a distillation tower anyways? Because I know I'm gonna need one of those distillation tower. What? That's pretty cool. This is yeah, this is in like IV. That's gonna be a while. Yeah, distillation tower. Okay, distillation tower is a long way away. What do we need for high voltage? Stainless steel. But like, still, I think it's. I don't know. Be fairly good. Are you still not? Well, I guess this thing probably wasn't loaded. Okay, I have my miner. I have a lot of stuff. Put a bunch of this junk back here. I guess this tiny pile of ashes, all made of copper. That sapphire dust. I'm gonna put aluminum ingots. Let's see. Most of this is fine. I'll just put these bricks back here. The rest of this can just go up in my inventory. Yeah, I guess we have quite a bit. I do need to make... I need to make some chests if we're gonna go start an oil sands mine. Alright, well, I guess... Like, we have plenty of food. And, plenty of milk. I guess let's go back to... Let's go to the... Let's take a trip to the mainland. And then we'll see how it goes. I don't know if I can fit a horse on a rowboat, but we're gonna find out. Yeah. Rowboat horse time. Robo horse time. Yeah, so I think yeah, we'll probably just do that. Robo horse. Robo. Horsing it up. Horsing around. Am I right, fellas? You know, horsing around? Like the show from BoJack Horseman, obviously. I heard a llama. I heard a llama in the walls. Alright. Let's take out our rowboat. Do I have a fence post on me? I don't. I'm gonna take this fence post with me then. No, get out of the way. I don't want you getting hit. Alright. Let's head out to the mainland. Yeah, I think there's a fence post already out there, but I take this fence post with me just in case. You never know. You never know. Did I? I didn't bring my... I don't have the batteries. That would have been bad. I don't even have the batteries. I guess I have a battery. You know what, actually? Let's go out. Because I'm not gonna... Well, okay, but like having the extra oil sands isn't a bad thing. When I think about it. I was gonna say, like, I have a battery, which will get us enough to tide us over. But um I'd like more. I'd like more oil sands than that. Maybe we'll like drain the first battery while we wait. Or I'll just get a stack of oil sands. We'll see how much that gets us. Ow, my legs. Them batteries should be charged by now, right? I'm pretty sure I left them charging. Sure hope. I sure hope that that works out that way. Now we've been dropping a little bit of frames when it's recently. The weather has been a little bit funky over here, so if we keep dropping frames, we may end up having to, you know, there's a chance we have to cancel a stream because of the winds, but I don't think we're going to have to. I think it's probably going to be fine. I really, you know what? I've got that windmill bearing. I'm probably going to hook up that windmill bearing to this thing soon. Let's see. I need batteries. Because we might actually go with like oil production instead of going the benzene route. Not sure. Means I made that windmill bearing kind of for nothing, but that's fine because I can repurpose it. All right, I got my batteries. I'll leave you going. Not gonna go for long since we're gonna get out of range of it soon. All right, I got enough food to hold me over. Okay, there we go. All right, now let's try going to the mainland. Yeah. Make a chainsaw at some point. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? Getting chainsaw, fun time, chainsaw. Might be a fun thing. Yeah, I definitely have been dropping quite a bit of frames recently, but we'll see how it goes. Okay. Actually, give me that. Just turn it around a little bit and let's go. Now we gotta go. Off we go. Tropical fish. So cute. All right, all right. We're off. We're going. Sea shanties. Anybody know any good sea shanties? You know? What do you do with the drunken sailor? That one's a fun one. Let me. I can do fun things. Um, fun things. Try to stay on course. Uh, that is not what I meant. What? Yeah, I'm just kind of trying to keep an eye on my bit rate. So I've noticed there's been a couple really big spikes. Up there goes another one. Yeah, but these actually aren't that bad of spikes. I've definitely had spikes happen where it gets much worse, but it looks like it's not. Oh, yeah, it's like cutting out when it does that. Hmm. Uh, hopefully my bitrate doesn't remain too unstable because that was it's been yo-yoing a lot. I got something on my hands. Let's see. Hold on, give me 1 second. I gotta. Uh, give me 1 second. Okay. Let's see. I need oil sands. Let's go see if I can get a horse in a boat. Put that horse straight in my boat. Put the horse in the boat and put him up in the boat on the hold. Sea shanties. I love sea shanties. I mean, sea shanties. It's such a great um it's such a great thing, like, because they're realistically what it is just like working songs, you know. People are all doing work together, and back in the day they didn't have like radios and like Bluetooth speakers that they could use to listen to music while they all worked. So it's really cool thinking about how like that's kind of just what like shanties and like a lot of those kind of songs, how they got started. Gnome Depot. Okay, horse, can you get in a boat? Can I put you in a boat? Is that gonna be okay with you? Aha! A horse in a boat. Okay, cool. All right, stay there. I'll be back. I mean, like eventually, one of these days. I gotta go. I gotta go mining for oil. I'm here to. Oh man, I'm I'm here to take your resources and your native population. I guess that's. Don't worry about it. It's in Minecraft. I'm here to exploit your. I'm here to exploit your resources. Do not resist in Minecraft. Always fun though. I do like that. I do like that we're an island nation that has to continuously come to the mainland, just to take resources and stuff. It's kind of funny because it's like I feel like historically it's been the other way around. Although, now that I think about it, the England's kind of an island nation, aren't they? So maybe it's less maybe it's less ironic than I thought it was. Okay. There should be oil sands in this direction. Plenty of plutonium. Ah, lapis. I do need some lapis, but I'm not going to. Oh yeah. This is with the complementary shader pack. Oh, if you are playing this if you're playing this mod pack, one thing I want to recommend to you, um resource packs. You're gonna want to get this right here. Vexed Visuals changes a lot of the base textures in the game. So if you're not playing with Vexed Visuals, give it a try. The person who made Vexed Visuals actually like has shown up in the chat a couple times, so you might see them sometimes. They're here occasionally. Um, but yeah, that's why a lot of my, especially like the icons on things like the icons for items are a little bit different for me because of Vexed Visuals. Vexed Visuals is just one that um it's mostly just for TerrafirmaCraft, which is how I kind of like got started using their texture pack, was because when I was playing old PFC mod packs, I picked up their resource pack. And since this mod pack relies heavily on TerraFirmaCraft for a lot of things, it just works out. It just works. In the words of the immortal Todd Howard, hallowed be thy name. God, I'll be real with you. I don't know, Todd Howard. I know it's like, ow, I was trying to land in the water. Oh no, oh no, help me, help me. I am. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Also, a lot of this crazy stuff, like pulling myself up um, onto blocks. That's from Parkool is the name of the mod of the mod that lets me do that I've added in. That's one of the mods that like just fits natively into this pack. There's no like extra configuration you have to do unless you just want to configure it to be like you know, for your specific needs. Um, but I do recommend Parkour as well because again, I played an old mod pack that was just TerrafirmaCraft mod pack. I think it was like for 1.12 or something. And I had played this mod pack and I got used to a lot of things. See, this is what I need. This is what we're all about. This oil sands over here, this is what it's all about. But like I got so used to a lot of the stuff that was in that mod pack specifically that I kind of like added it into my into this one because in that old mod pack you had the ability to okay, I'm trying to figure out we just want I think we just want oil sands, so it's probably that chunk that we're gonna want. Um so I've added stuff to make my mod pack a little bit more like that old one that I played. And one of the things that it had is like, first of all, I think Minecraft should just have a crawl button in general. It's kind of crazy that they don't. Like so many people use crawling mechanics because like Minecraft has crawling mechanics, right? You just have to access them with like a trap door or something. And so I have like Parkour adds in crawling mechanic. I actually had another mod that I was using before I added Parkour, and its only purpose was to add in crawling mechanics, add a crawl button. And so I figured that like, you know, if I'm going to be if I'm already doing that, like I might as well just like use Parkour because Parkour adds in like the thing where you can climb up blocks, and that old mod pack I was playing had some sort of mod that allowed you to do that, and that was kind of like the only thing that that mod added in. And I guess just like over time like I guess nobody like made a mod quite like that that does just that. Cuz like Parkour adds in a bunch of other stuff, but I I don't mind the other stuff, and it's just a very helpful mod in general because I get to do a lot of stuff. The only thing I don't like about Parkour is like you'll sometimes hear that like swoosh sound effect where I when I do like a jump. I'll be real with you, I'm not 100% sure how I do that. It's just kind of like one of the buttons, like something about like jumping does that. But it does add this charge jump, right? You can see when I crouch down, you can see the bar there charge up, and then when I jump it, I can jump up like a 2 block height. Which is like I feel like I'm not like a huge fan of the jump part. I prefer the thing where you can like do this because like I have let me get rid of the torch. Because like I can like grab onto the ledge and you can see like I'm hanging from the ledge. Oops. I guess I accidentally grabbed that. So like and then I pull myself up. That's really what I wanted. Um but Parkour just it added other things in anyways. And I'm fine with that. Okay. I'm gonna put a single battery in for a little bit. Give me the oil sands. Oh, yes. Delicious oil sands, chat. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's so dark here. I'll place a torch down here. This is gonna be one of those ones that's gonna be kind of weird to find later on when we come back. But the fact that it's like literally in the middle of a giant oh my god, there's so much oil sands in this direction. Maybe I should put a beacon of some sort, but I don't know exactly what I would do for a beacon that would, you know, cut through all this dense jungle. Yeah, so I'm gonna hang out in here. We're probably gonna wait a little bit for that thing to drain. We can look though. Isn't this is what it's all about, you know, looking at a box and watching it fill up with things. This is what Minecraft is for me, you know? I just like watching the box fill up while I do other things, I guess. We could probably take a little bit of an exploration, but I've also got this orange chicken that I've been trying to eat. I'll chat with you guys for a bit. I got this orange chicken I've been trying to eat. I still got like a couple pieces left, not that much. But I also have some ramen eggs that I want to eat. I've been getting really big into ramen eggs. They're so good. It's just eggs, and then you just dunk them in soy sauce and alcohol for a bit. Cooking alcohol, obviously. Shaosheng wine. Mm. I like mine well marinated. I like them in there for like 6 hours at least. Although you can do it in just 4. Mm. What I really need, I need a new set of tongs for my thing because I bought some weights. You know, like the glass weights you can put in jars to like push your stuff down to the bottom so that it um so that it, like marinates properly, or like pickles, brines. Because the thing with like pickling and brining is you don't want the stuff like exposed to air because then it could start like growing bad things. So you gotta have like the glass weights to like hold it down, right? And these glass weights look exactly like what you would expect. It's just like a circle of glass, and then like on top there's like a little knob almost, right? Like you would have on a drawer that you used to pull open the drawer. No, the issue is these things came with a small pair of tongs that you're supposedly theoretically you're supposed to use these tongs to like pull the stuff out, right? That's theoretically what's supposed to happen. But like the issue is that they just gave me like a normal pair of tongs, you know? Like if you imagine a pair of tongs that you would use like a pair of like not salad tongs. Probably salad tongs are probably actually what I'd want. But like a normal pair of tongs like you would use, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. But like the issue with these tongs, you know, these are like the kind of tongs used to like flip things, right? So like they're not really made to grip onto something like this, right? What I really need is something that is almost more like a pair of forceps that I can use because I try to like pull the weight out with the tongs and you know, lo and behold, it turns out a solid glass weight has a lot of weight to it. So when you try to pull it out and then it slips out of the hands and out of the tongs, and drops back into the stupid jar. And then it makes it even worse because I can't see anything that I'm trying to do with these tongs. So I can't tell if I have a good grip on the weight to begin with because turns out soy sauce is opaque and I can't see the glass weight in the soy sauce mixture. It's it's crazy. I need a better pair of tongs is what I need. I was getting real frustrated with them last night when I was doing my eggs and I kept dropping the stupid weight. You know? Hmm. But you know how it goes. You know how it is. Everybody here knows how it is. You all have used tongs before, right? This totally isn't just some thing that I mostly have to deal with. I'm sure someone can relate out there. Okay. We're waiting. I think I'm just gonna wait for this one battery to drain. Because how much oil do I get from this stuff? Right? If I grind it up, we're getting a pretty good amount. Like 2 of these. So we're probably gonna end up with, well, it kinda evens out between, well, no, we get a lot. So but these things, right? There's like a 33% chance when it gets washed that it turns into oil sands dust, which is what we need, right? But otherwise, it turns into um it turns into purified oil sands. Yeah, it gives us purified oil sands and a 33% chance to get oil sands dust. And then that stuff gets sent to a thermal centrifuge, which it gives us refined oil sands, which another 33% chance of getting oil sands dust. And then we send that. The last thing we can do is we forge hammer it because we don't have access to this stuff because this isn't until we get to high voltage. But like this gives us, so we're getting like what 1 and 2/3 kind of is what we'll expect from each single piece of purified oil sands. And then this stuff gets centrifuged into 2 whole buckets worth of oil. It's actually like kind of crazy returns, right? So like we're gonna end up with like a lot of buckets of oil out of this process, and I think that's a good thing. I like I like extracting oil. Now my question is, should I leave this thing behind running, or should I, because like I'll have to make a new one because I need some things. Um and I'd have to leave this thing running. Yeah, I guess we probably do leave it running, right? The issue is I need more I need another miner to get uh what's it called? I need another miner for lithium. I need more batteries. So I'm wondering if it would be a good idea to just take this miner with me and use that to get some lithium. Uh, Honestly, I think I will do that. I think we'll just take whatever this thing is able to generate. I guess it kind of depends. I was kind of hoping we'd get a whole stack of everything, but it looks like that might not be the case. But we'll see what happens. Let's see. Hmm. Ba-ba-da-ba. Okay. Yeah, we're just kind of waiting for this battery to run out. Yeah, we'll wait for this battery to run out. I'll take the miner back with me and use it to get some more lithium to fund my further battery exploits. Although, like, we don't need too much because I need a distillery. Yeah, the distillery is all I need in order to get the ethanol I need. But did I need anything else? Because we need polyethylene. Mine is liquid polyethylene. Oh, this really is just ethylene and oxygen gas. Which is we can do the severely severely steam cracked light fuel, which we just need to make steam, which I think we are doing currently. So I don't think that's gonna be that hard. I don't think that's gonna be that difficult of a thing. I mean, we'll get at least like a stack. We'll get Yeah, we're gonna end up with at least a stack of the um the oil sands that we need to refine into oil. And that means like what? That means like God, how many is that? Because if it's a stack, we're gonna end up with like probably what, like 150 buckets worth of oil. I think that's probably a good place to start. I think that's gonna be pretty good. Ooh, boy, oh boy. Let's see. I'm gonna have to cancel my stream on Saturday. Something came up, and we're gonna have to. Me and my partner have something that we have to attend on Saturday. So unfortunately, we're not gonna be able to play on Saturday. Sad, but true. You know how it goes. I didn't find out about it until like yesterday. If I had, I probably would have done a stream on Monday to make up for it. But oh well, womp womp. Let's see. How's our bit rate doing? Doing pretty good with a couple drops. Definitely better than I was expecting our bit rate to do. I was a little bit worried that it would simply perish. We've had a couple days where that's happened. Let's see. Ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba. Oh no. That's hard. Okay. Should be almost out of power. Yeah, we're pretty close to being out of power. The battery buffer is about to run out, and then we just have the what's left in the miner itself. So we're pretty good. We're almost done here. Oh my god. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of oil. A lot of oil potential out of here. Okay. Battery buffer's drained. Alright. So next thing we have to do. Okay. Miner's out of power. Let's take the miner. Okay, good. And my oil sands. That's a lot of oil. That's a lot of oil. You know what? I think we're gonna be doing oil. I think we're gonna be oiled up. No, 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 hold on. I didn't I don't think I thought that one through. Um but I think we're gonna be using oil for our power production. Oh, that's a crocodile. Hello. God, I need another horse. Do you think we could find another horse before I have to leave the island, the mainland? God, I want another horse. I want to, yeah, because, oh my god, if I can find a male horse, we have a breeding pair. Oh man, oh man, oh man, we're gonna be in Horse City. It's gonna be Horse Central, Horse Nation. We're gonna be, ah man, I want horses. Just, I just don't like walking. God, imagine we're getting into like oil production and just now unlocking horses. It's just like there haven't been any. Like none have spawned on our island, and I don't come to the mainland often enough to find them. But like I think I could find a horse. I think I could find a horse out here, right? We do only have 9% left on our clothes. I think we showed up with like 13%. It is a very hot time because it is spring and it gets hot here when it's spring. It's almost 21C or 28C, I'm sorry. 18C? Hold on. Oh, it's because I'm in the shade now. Yeah, 28C. Which is pretty hot. It's pretty up there. It's like 80 Fahrenheit for any Americans in chat. Which is not a whole lot of people. I'll be real with you. We are a mostly European focused channel because of the time at which I stream, I think. Methinks. Maybe I'll have to start doing some American American streams. I probably should. That'd be fun. I'd do some American streams. We could stream at like what, like 6 o'clock at night. Um See, the main thing I don't like about the texture pack is like, look at this. What is this? Because like the texture pack doesn't work on not the texture pack, but the shader pack. It just doesn't work on the water very well. Materials, water. Let's see. Waving water texture on. Try turning that off. Okay. So with the waving water texture off, it's a little better, but still not super good. But I think I'm willing to accept it. As long as it's not, as long as it's not looking weird. See, there goes a gazelle, and there goes another gazelle. I could also pull out my kayak, go kayaking for a bit. Let's see. Where, oh, where? The love tonight. The peace the evening brings. Phil Collins. I think that's Phil Collins, right? Or is it Elton John? Pretty sure it's Phil Collins. Fun movie. The Lion King. That is double rainbow. Okay, hold on. I gotta eat my eggs, right? Like I can't just leave these eggs sitting out all day. They're getting warm. Warm eggs are probably not a good thing overall. I want to take a bite out of this egg. Mmm, that's a good egg. Yeah, that's a good egg. I made them good. They're a little bit too tough. A little bit overboiled. But not too bad. Is there a bunny rabbit? I think you just have the same coloration as all the other ones. Yeah, salty fur. I've only ever seen rabbits with salty fur in this pack, so my cat's snoring. You guys wouldn't be able to hear her, but she is. I don't know, chat. I'm not seeing any. Is that a baby dolphin? Wait, hold on. Come back. Come back, dude. Are you a baby dolphin? Saltwater. This isn't saltwater, my dude. You're in the wrong place. This is a freshwater stream. You need to go to the ocean, man. I don't think you can live here. All right. Anyways, I really want a horse. My kingdom for a horse, even. It's just they just I don't know. Maybe horses don't like me. Maybe I've done something to them that makes them not like me. I don't like walking around at night though because there are crocodiles. Let me double check the spawn location for horses or spawn conditions. They spawn like basically everywhere though. So like I could be under animal husbandry though. Yeah. They're at the end. Yeah. Okay, so it has to be at least 15C. It's definitely at least 15C because we're not in the Arctic. Rainfall between 130 and 400. That's might what be what. Oh, okay. I see what the issue is here. Yeah, it's a little bit too much rain for horses. Um, so I think rainfall goes down if you head west, which should be that direction. Which is also coincidentally in the direction that we need to go for our to get back to the ocean. So I guess we're gonna just wander off in this direction for a bit. Let's see. What are you? Are you just peppers? Bell peppers. We have tons of those seeds at home. We just never eat yellow bell peppers. I do kind of wish that the food system in TerrafirmaCraft was a little bit better. I think it's nice that it kind of has like the general, like you just make different soups and whatnot. But I do kind of wish that there were more like actual recipes. Which I guess. Oh, hold on. Egg. Um. Oh, hi, cow. Hello. I pet you. I pet you. Cute cow. Um. I think Firmalife is supposed to kind of fix that. Ooh, a rooster. There's all sorts of animals here. Oh yeah, we're below 400 millimeters of rain now, so there probably are a lot of animals out in this jungle area. Where are we? Tropical rainforest? Yeah, somewhere. Chicken, chicken, chicken. Okay, so I could have sworn. Did I see a horse over there? No, those are just flowers or plants. Let's see. I need. I just hope I don't get attacked by a tiger or something. Wild maize. Corn. I could take some corn back with me. We don't need it, but I could. What do I have more nutrition? See, like, the issue with the food I've been eating recently is it's not giving me enough grains or vegetables. We have plenty of protein, but, like, oh my god! Look at that guy. Look at him go! Bean! Oh my god. Okay, well, I'm gonna let him enjoy himself. There are a lot of animals in this location, actually. There are animals all over the place. That's the third cow we've met. Hello? Oh, okay, rooster. You're not gonna hurt me. Probably. Okay. There's something that's gonna hurt me. Does something want to hurt me? Tantalite. Actually, what do we have over here? Really, it's just a lot of tantalite. Apatite and talc. That's actually something we could use. I kind of knew there would be some apatite out here somewhere, but like knowing a general location for it is probably a pretty good thing. Because like it's used. I don't remember what we used it for, but it's something to do with ashes. I don't quite remember why I needed it. This is a pretty common thing. Is like uh coming across things like that. Like I remember I remember needing certain materials, but I can never remember off the top of my head why. And it probably has a lot to do with the how everything gets used for like we're getting into the point where we're doing like crazy chemical stuff. And like I wouldn't say I'm bad at chemistry, but like remembering the exact uses for a million different chemicals is something I've not developed. So, you know, you'll have to forgive me if I forget what sulfur trioxide is used for. But let's see. Still not seeing any horses. I want a horse. I want un horse. Singular horse. I mean, I've got the one horse, which is like all we really need. Like, what would a person need with more than one horse, right? Can't ride more than one horse at a time. But if I had a stallion, because right now I have a mare, but if I had a stallion, I would be able to breed them and maybe get a better horse. You know? So and that would be fun, I think. I think it'd be fun. I think we'd probably just like release half of the horses somewhere. Because I don't think I'd want to kill them. But we would end up with too many horses. Okay, see, oh, tiger, hello. All right, I don't think it saw me. Good kitty. Okay. Yeah, this way is gonna lead us back to our boat eventually. If only there was a horse we had found along the way. I'd like. I would enjoy. Would enjoy one horse. But alas, I think it was not to be, chat. The sad. Whatever shall I do without horses? I should probably be checking some of these pits, to be honest. Like some animals have a tendency to get trapped in pits. They just wander straight in and then just can't get out. They're not the brightest, but that's fine. They don't have to be. They've got things figured out, you know? Just the way they are. Who am I to judge the machinations of the horse, you know? Or the cow. They seem to enjoy spinning a lot. So, you know, far be it for me to tell them not to. Alright, we'll take the kayak back to the boat, because I remember there's a lot of, like, wetlands over here. And wetlands is prime crocodile country. and we do not want to interact with crocodiles. This is a crocodile-free space. I do not want to deal with crocodiles. They are scary. Especially because like the mod I have for combat, better combat, I'm pretty sure does not like the fact that I'm aiming at something that is like, you know, a quarter block tall. I don't think it was really prepared for that. We could check the shores a little bit though. As long as we're in a boat, like the crocodiles don't pose as much of a threat because we can kind of just outrun them as long as we see them. And that horse that I saw, the horse that we... Okay, you are bongos. This is Bongo Island, by the way. A whole bunch of these guys spawned on this little island here, and that's just where they live. Okay. But the other horse, the horse that we have, and I think I could probably make landfall here and it'd be fine. Wait, no, that's actually my boat right there. Hold on. All right. All right, horse buddy. You want to come home with us? You want to come home? You want to go? You want to go? Yeah, you do. Let me just pack up, grab some stuff. Grab that. And all right, buddy. We're going to your new home. We're gonna go to a nice island. There's a donkey there, so I'm pretty sure they're all actually yeah they're males. We could make a mule. I don't know if that would necessarily help us. I don't know how mules are really different, um, like stat wise and everything. I also don't know what the maximum stats for horses are. I don't know if this is a good horse or not. This could be a terrible horse. And I just would not know because I do not play enough Minecraft. At least not with the horses. I mean, like, does anyone? I mean, like, I've definitely seen some things where people use horses. There's been some really cool. Um, there's been some really cool. What do you call it? There were some videos I watched that were like civilizations videos where they had like um there was one I watched that was really cool. It had like the different people. It had like the player base was split into three groups, one for each dimension. So you had the overworld, the nether, and the end. There were slight changes made to ensure that everyone didn't just like immediately die in the nether and the end. Um, but like for the most part, I think it was pretty much the same for like all the resources that they had access to. I think the end may have gotten some extra resources though. I don't remember because like obviously like the nether can't even make use of their netherite since they can't get diamonds. But I don't remember how they changed that. But anyways, it was a really fun video because it had like it had all the like the whole story of like so like the nations are like separate, and then after a predetermined amount of time they opened up portals, and then all the different groups could intermingle. And intermingle is more like invade, they kind of just straight up invaded. But like the people in the overworld dimension had there was some groups that used horses, which makes a lot of sense because like if you have access, like if you only have access to the overworld, horses are pretty good, right? The reason why horses kind of fall off is because like you just get elytras later, and like it's not even like it's that hard to get an elytra in the base game. You just got to go kill the end dragon, and it's not really that difficult of a task. I'll be real with you. Um, it's like, eh, it's it like it's not like a crazy impossible thing to do. It is pretty difficult, but not like insanely so. But yeah, I feel like, and I don't know, there's a lot of things. I don't think they had access to villagers in the overworld though, which is probably a good idea. Honestly, I'm kind of low key excited that they're going to be doing like the change the to rebalance villagers, because like I feel like villagers in the base game are a little bit ridiculously overpowered. Like realistically, You barely have to do anything in the game because of villagers, right? Like you don't have to really go mining for diamonds because you can just get a villager up high enough and they'll sell you diamond tools and diamond armor and whatnot. So like you barely even need for that. And with like being able to re-roll enchantments and get like really the only enchantment you absolutely like need to get is mending, so just so that you don't have to like try and repair your tools or anything. But yeah, that's about I'm looking forward to the rework that's going to rebalance villagers a bit. I don't know if it's going to be like I'll have to see how it's implemented, cuz like they've been talking about doing the villager uh rework for a while, and I think they were going to do it in like um somewhere in 21, but like they still haven't gotten around to doing that yet. And I think that um I'm a long horsey. And I think that like we'll have to see like what they end up doing. I'm not sure about like the whole having it be separated by biomes, especially since like mending is in the swamp. But I don't know, because it's a more reliable way. It just takes a little bit longer. I do feel like it's a little bit more engaging though than what the current system is, where you just break and redo a um the library and villagers. I think like the thing is like if you're looking at the way that villagers work currently, the stuff they've been talking about sounds like a pretty good idea, but like I feel like there's probably something even better they could do. I just like personally uh I don't think I have much of an idea on what to do to make it better, but I feel like it could be better. But I mean, that's the cool thing, is that it sounds like they're taking a lot of time to work on figuring out a good system. So hopefully, whatever system we do end up with for the newer villagers ends up being good. We'll just have to wait and see. Oh my god, I lost the horse at some point. All right. I guess I could probably just be in third person when I'm walking this horse back, right? Where did that horse end up? There he is. Or she. Is a mare. All right, come on, buddy. This way I'll be able to see if the lead breaks. Yeah, I'll take you to the pen. Into the pen with you. Yeah, I don't know. I think the villager rework would be nice. Honestly, low key, I kind of think villager shouldn't. Like, I think I don't know. I kind of think that either a villager shouldn't just. I actually no. I kind of think that villagers shouldn't like sell mending. Period. Although I do think they should do something to make mending easier to get because of how integral it is. But like I kind of think we should get rid of the librarian villager selling enchants and stuff. I feel like just because of the whole like re-rolling thing, which is like kind of why they're doing the system they proposed so far with having it be biome based. But I don't know. All right, come on. We're gonna get you in here. Any way to let this cow free? Probably this chicken. You don't get freedom because you can escape. Okay, do horses eat? They only eat fresh grains, but that's okay because all of our grains are fresh. um, mules. Wait, mules can spawn naturally? Um, the difference. Hold on, let me look up Minecraft horses. Horse. Tutorial horse. Tutorial horse might actually be a good place to start. Okay, so the internal value for jump strength for horses ranges from 0.4 to 1, which I think the add-on we have, Jade, that's showing us the horses, I think it's listing it in blocks. So actually 4 is pretty good. Speed goes up to 14, it looks like. Okay, yeah, the because it's not using internal values. Let me double check this horse. This actually might be a really good horse. Speed 9.19, which is speed that's just average, it seems. That's pretty average speed. So I guess it's not very good, not very bad. So that's nice. Okay, but like, what about mules? What about Minecraft mule? Okay, I really hate the fandom wiki. Wish I know like there's stuff stops it from um see. Okay, so movement speed. Okay, mules have a set speed. They don't have different, and their jump strength isn't very good. I don't know what the I don't know why we would average their pearl swimming lytra uh boat horse. Yeah, horse is the fastest. Mule and donkey are equivalent when it comes to speed. So I guess we're probably not going to be going for any mules. So which means we probably need to find some uh we probably need to find some we need to find a male horse. We need a stallion so we can breed a better horse. 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 Womp womp horse. Okay, so I should be able to eat the rest of my food. Alright, I think maybe we make some more steel. Let's go wash these bowls. Okay. And then we have some bowls. We'll make some more food later. How much time do I have left on the... Plenty of time. And we got enough to make 4 more. Do 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 do. Alright, you're doing that. Let's get... Yeah, we have a lot of methane gas. So let's turn off the methane generator for a bit. And then let's get this thing going. That back on. Rich. 4. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. We'll let that run for a bit. Should get quite a bit of oil sands just from the extra output. You know? Okay, but we have our 4 batteries. Let's go ahead and recharge this. Actually, I can just put this in here and it'll recharge with the extra energy. Very slowly, but it will. Okay, how much oxygen do I got? I need more oxygen, but we have plenty. Second, I want to eat the rest of this. Good eggs. All right, let's process some gold. I don't think I have to, but we have a lot of gold lying around. Yeah, it's coming from the copper. Whoops. Yeah, like that. Okay. We should be able to make a lot of gold out of this. And luckily, gold doesn't. I mean, actually, it does. It does melt at a fairly high temperature. So, I'm gonna sit here and do some gold. Oh man, golden times. All right, I'm gonna go. Actually, let me. Well, let's see. What am I gonna do? We're gonna give this a little bit of time. Maybe I'm gonna. I think I need to go wash my hand, and rinse out my bowl and everything. You know. So yeah, I'm gonna. Well, I'll wait until after I'm done processing this gold, because honestly, I don't want to. I'd like to leave the game running so that it does things while I'm gone. But I'll probably only have to be gone for like a minute or two anyway, so I don't think it matters that much, but we'll do that in a bit. But yeah, gold. Golden times. Eat up gold. Oh god. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the follower. Probably eggs. Thank you very much. Glad to have you here. Um, melting gold. That's so nice. I always love getting followers. I like it when number goes up. What changes have I made to the pack? Quite a few, actually. um, the biggest change that I recommend to anybody who shows up is I have the Vexed Visuals TerrafirmaCraft resource pack installed, which is really good. Just a good all around resource pack for everything. I have a couple. I have the Parkour mod, which allows me to it. The big thing with Parkour is it allows me to do stuff like this, where I can like grab onto ledges and pull myself up. I can also like brace myself for falls. Um, it adds some cool animations too. I mostly just use it for that. Also the crawling. Um, there's a couple other add-ons that I've added, mostly like add-ons for TerrafirmaCraft. Okay, let me show you in my mods list. I can show a couple of them. I've added in a couple like TerrafirmaCraft add-ons, like I Heart TFC, which I mean is just a UI mod, so it's whatever. Roads and Roofs TerrafirmaCraft. I've added this mod, Keelum. That just adds in like the cool visuals in the sky. I did add this cast iron grill mod, even though I never ended up using it, so who knows if that was even good. I did add improved Badlands, but I've never been to a Badlands, so I guess, you know. I did also add TFC Creepy Crawlies. This gives you like alternatives for like fishing. We ended up not like using fishing very much while I was here though, because I'm like on an island and I don't really have access to a lot of fish. I guess I like I settled in like the center of the island, so there really aren't like any fish that I can that I have. I did also add in HT's tree chop. I got rid of the I think it's what Panda's falling trees is the one that it has, but I did get rid of that and change it for HT's tree chop for like that's just kind of like a personal thing. Oh, I did also remove the mini map. I think that's probably the big thing. Let's see. I play the pack, but if there is one mod I should 100% add, especially for early game, I would say add in parkour. Um, Parkour. This mod right here, it's that one I was kind of showing off a little bit before, where it has the uh it has like the extra animations and like the different things you can do. Parkour, I think, is probably the only one that I would say is like pretty much a necessity uh compared to like what's in the base game. Um like I said, I don't have a huge amount of mod. I didn't like add a whole lot to the pack. I added a few things. Parkour is a good one. If you want another one that's really good, I think I also added double doors, but that's just something I add to every mod pack. Um, it's that one, not Firmalife. What was it called? It was one of the add-ons for TerrafirmaGreg. Yeah, I don't remember. Let's see. I never get far in the pack. Yeah. Um, oh yeah. Well, you guys are welcome here. I stream mostly the same time. I have my schedule up. Which reminds me, I do actually have to do something with my schedule real quick because I'm gonna have to cancel my stream on Saturday, so I gotta change that real quick. Where do I go to my creator dashboard schedule? Let me see if I can. I skip next stream. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now it should be updated properly to where you can see my schedule. Um, yeah, I schedule pretty regularly. I'm trying to do Tuesdays through Saturdays right now. Oh, I haven't heard of that creator. I don't think so, at least. Um, I also upload the VODs for this channel um onto YouTube. It's just the straight up VODs though, so they're not edited down or anything. So personally, unless you just really like VODs or like having something to listen to, I don't think they're a very good way to like necessarily learn. But if you guys are welcome to come by here and ask any questions you have. Um, I typically have more viewers here. I think people are busy this week for some reason or something. Uh, but I typically have a few more viewers in my chat, and most of the viewers I have, we have like a variety of people. I get a lot of people who haven't really played at all and uh need help, and I have a few viewers that are like further along than I am. He wasn't big, but he started a series on this, and he sort of exploded in popularity. I recommend. It's very smart and has been playing Greg Tech for years. I might have to look into something about that because, honestly, Greg Tech's the part that I don't really know a whole lot about. I'm much more knowledgeable about TerraFirmaCraft, which is only like the very first part of this mod pack. Oh, hey! Every time I open Twitch and type in, and nobody's streaming except today. Hello. Yeah. I did add the Terra Firma tag to to the stream, or Terra Firma Craft tag to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. You can check out my schedule to see the times I normally stream. If you want to come back and join, we have another first time chatter in here actually right now who was just talking about some stuff. And like I said, if you guys need any help, any tips or tricks for the mod pack, feel free to stop by and ask any questions you have. We have lots of I'm also on Blue Sky, which I have linked below. If you don't want to like, um if you don't have the time to like show up to stream, or if it's just not convenient, you can always just like send me a message on Blue Sky, and I'll probably answer at some point with whatever questions you have. I stream for about 4 hours each day. I've been experimenting with different lengths of time. Sometimes we do slightly longer streams. Most of the time it's 4 hours. Yeah. No, I picked TerrafirmaGreg because I knew that I would be able to stream it for a very long time. I mean, I've been streaming since January, so we've been doing this for like 3 full months. I'm also looking into doing some Pokemon streams as well. We did a Pokemon stream last week, Pokemon Emerald Nuzlocke, and it was a lot of fun. So I'm probably gonna keep doing that on like I think the current plan is to do it on like the end of every month to do a Pokemon stream, but most of my content is just TerrafirmaGreg. So yeah, we're trying to get up to 50 followers so that we can get the um so that we can get what's it called, affiliate. I really want to get affiliate so that I can start so I can start like actually keeping up with this content. The issue is like I'm in a position right now where I can stream a lot without needing to make money, but I can't keep that up indefinitely. So getting to affiliate is going to be very important for the continued growth of the channel and whatnot. But yeah, it's been really fun. I really do enjoy hanging out here and just talking about, because like my favorite part that I've come across so far. Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, that's pretty much what I've been doing is just like keeping up with streaming. Um, true, true, true. No, I've been having a lot of fun doing all this TerraFirmaGreg stuff. Because my favorite part, and this is also part of the reason why I've been wanting to do the Pokemon Nuzlocks as well. My favorite part of stream is like sitting down and like trying to like strategize and figure out what we need to do, and like what order to do things in. I really like talking about efficiency and like uh what kind of stuff is going to be the most like what's going to get us the most bang for our buck with the with our time, you know. It's a lot of fun. I really enjoy strategizing. Okay, I have so much gold that it's up to the level of the sign and can't go up anymore. So I guess I could just put more gold in front of it, right? I need this gold for drums. I need another drum. Which is funny because I'm not even going to need these drums for long. 6. Okay. Yeah, here you'll get to see a little bit of what I have so far. Yeah. No, thank you very much, Big Swack. That is I very much appreciate that. That is so great. Ah, man, 2 followers in one day. This is like the best day ever. Oh. Yeah, no, that stacking the ingots like that is just a normal Terra Firmacraft thing, I think. I'm pretty sure it's just a normal Terra Firmacraft thing. It might be something else that does that. But technically speaking, you'd get more density out of it if you just put them in chests, because like the ingots can go in chests as you saw earlier. But like I really like the visuals of having the stacks of ingots. It makes me happy seeing those. So that's the main reason why I do that. Okay, what else do I have going on here? Are you still the thermal generator? The thermal centrifuge is fine. Yeah, no, the cool thing is dude, blacksmithing? Okay. I get it. I get why people are intimidated by blacksmithing in this game, but once you figure out how blacksmithing works, it's really fun. Um the cool thing about blacksmithing, so you can get like texture packs that show you the numbers and everything, but the interesting thing about blacksmithing is each operation, when you're doing the anvil, each operation has a specific number um for its for like what it does. Yeah, no, it's really fun. I promise you that if you take the time to learn blacksmithing, it is it is a very fun part of Terra Firma Craft. It is like hands down, I think one of the most fun parts of Terra Firma Craft in general is the blacksmithing mechanics. It is so much fun learning how to do that stuff, and then like it's so satisfying to get yourself a good to get like a perfect tool and everything. Because like what I got like a what level? Yeah, this is a masterfully forged blue steel axe. Man, when I got this thing, oh my god, I was so happy getting that blue steel axe because it is so fast compared to like the other axes I had previously. Oh man, such a fun upgrade. Oh, it's such a great. I love the progression in this game. This progression is so like this mod pack out of all the mod packs I've ever played, I think this one has the best progression. Let's see. I think I'll play it in my spare time, but I currently don't have anything else to play. Yeah, no, it's a great thing for it's a great thing for taking up your time. Like I said, the progression it's so much fun. It's such a fun mod pack. It's like hands down one of the best progression I've ever seen, and they've done a really good job with it. The only issue with this mod pack is the further you get into it, the less helpful the book is. The quest book, quests, yeah, this quest book it starts becoming a little bit less helpful as you go on because the people who are working on the pack I like just I guess just haven't had the time to get to some of that stuff because it's still technically this mod pack isn't even out yet. So but like the people who work on this pack have been putting in a lot of work, and it's been getting even better as time goes on. Because it's already had like I think like 5 updates since I started playing. Because I think I started playing in 7.14, and we're up to like 7.19 right now. Ah, it's such a good mod pack. I need to join the Discord at one one of these days. Uh, I could probably get some I could probably get some viewers if I ever bothered to join the Discord. But it's also one of those things where it's like, I don't want to go to the Discord and just just for followers. But now that I'm getting pretty established, I don't think it would be that bad of an idea. Right? Like now that I actually have a decent sized audience, I think people will accept me showing up as a content creator. Let's see, and then we do this, and then I need a hammer, and we go gold drum. Okay, what was I doing with this? Oh right, I need to move oxygen. I'm gonna steal this oxygen. More stupid hydrogen gas keeps showing up. And more hydrogen gas. Yeah. I don't have anything to do with the hydrogen gas right now, so it's kind of just getting stored in this drum. Okay, gold drum. We need to fill up our electric blast furnace. I just got this thing. There we go. Like modern industrialization, but Greg Tech is just crazy to me. Dude, yeah, Greg Tech is pretty wild. This is the first time I've ever had like real work with Greg Tech. I've played around with it a little bit before this mod pack, but this is the first time that I'm really getting into it. And I'll be real with you, it's like actually I really like it. I really like because there's a lot of things in Greg Tech that you can kind of tell that they the people who worked on this clearly like cared about like what they were making because there's a lot of like little quality of life things that are really nice. Like I'll show you real quick. One of the coolest things out of Greg Tech is the pipes, I feel. Right? Because like you can go over here with a wrench, and if you need to like pull more another thing off the side, you just oop, and there's your pipe. And it's like compared to how other Minecraft mods do that kind of system, it's so nice playing Greg Tech where it seems like there's like actual care taken into that. It's like I've played so many other things. Like I've been playing Minecraft and modded Minecraft for a very long time. Like I was playing back when Buildcraft like came out. So I know what it's like dealing with all these item pipes and everything back in the day. And the way Greg Tech does its pipes is so much nice. Yeah. It's so nice. Yeah. Me and my friend on our server, similar goal. That's what we make wine and get drunk because we do not understand the power stuff. Like normal mod packs such as Direwolf, I can do nuclear. I've been playing modded Minecraft since like 2013. Yeah, yeah, it's probably about as long as I've been playing too. I played Minecraft itself back when it was in beta. Um, I remember when Minecraft came out. I think I was playing before the Nether even came out. It was a long time ago. Yeah, no, making I haven't dabbled into the winemaking stuff in this mod pack. I do have a bunch of whiskey lying around. The whiskey, the other alcohols, the distilled spirits, which aren't aren't where did I put all my stuff? Oh, it's whatever. I think it's similar, but I like to just get far enough to Greg to power a lamp or something. Yeah. No, it's like I said, the the progression system in this mod pack is like top notch. It always feels so good to make really any sort of progress in this game. Like this electric blast furnace, I just got this thing. Like I finished it last week, and yesterday was the first time I got to actually use it, and it's been really nice. Although I still need to do some things. I actually need that oxygen back now that I think about it. I need this oxygen. Yeah, I need to make some iron. I need to make some wrought iron. But like the progression, it's so good. It's so satisfying. It's such a satisfying mod pack to play. I think part of it is because it takes a while to do like anything in this mod pack, so like you really do kind of feel that like system of progress. Am I a good builder, or do you just make specific buildings for specific things? Yeah, I would say I'm an okay builder. I don't know if I would necessarily say I'm like super good. I definitely know a lot of people who are like better at building than I am, but I do try. I that is like the big thing. I do try. I can show you a couple things while this is cooking. Um, I do tend to make buildings for specific things. Yeah, I this is one of the first things we built was this cooking area. I got my big metal. I'm gonna be working on some things. I can show you my I can show you my hot springs. I made a little sauna because in this mod pack there's nothing to deal with like there's nothing to deal with hazardous materials at the lower tiers, and one of the ways that you can deal with hazardous materials is is using hot springs, because hot springs just give you regeneration. I didn't get around to like filling up the lanterns in here. Let me pull out a torch. But like this is supposed to be like your changing area, and then like this is a little eating area back here. Um this was fun. Um I've got a couple other things. Yeah, it took a while to it's taken a while to flatten out this plot of land. It was mostly flat by the time when I started here, but it's not I have flattened out a lot of this. I like to use them for yeah, it's I tend to like the flatter. Well, I think it's more because like we're playing in TerrafirmaCraft. When I'm playing in systems where this is my warehouse, by the way. Most of these barrels aren't filled with anything, but um the storage is here. We do have signs to help with some organization stuff. I went pretty big with this build, but not super big. This is our lightning rod. I had to install this because it rains so much here that things were actually getting struck by lightning. I had one of the farm got struck by lightning at one point. We're not using this farmland anymore, but one of my beehives got struck by lightning and killed a bunch of my bees. So we had to build a lightning rod in order to stop that from happening. This is our greenhouse. It makes all the food that I need to eat, and pineapples, which I haven't been eating recently. It's really cool because it's all watered by this sprinkler here. Turns out these sprinklers from Firmalife don't actually care if they're covered up, so I just cover it up. it still gives water just as fine. We have a here we have here's my pasture with all my animals. They're pretty fun. I don't really actually do much with these guys. I just have them for when I need them. And then let me show you. There's one other thing I want to show you guys that I built. Um, most of these little buildings, you can see here I've got this plot outlined. I'm gonna do a big build in here for all of our what do you call it? For like science stuff because I'm starting to find out that here's a tree farm, by the way. I'm starting to find out that like I think I just need a big building because I need to keep the chunks loaded for some things. And I want to do like a big area. That area back there was like it's a 3x3 chunk area, and we're gonna do most of our stuff in those 9 chunks, just so I can keep them force loaded while I'm like doing other stuff. But over here, this is something that we did for. This was a Valentine's Day build, actually. I streamed on Valentine's Day, and we spent some time making this little gazebo with these little candles, and I got these 2 little rabbits here, Poppy and Hoppy, and I built this little heart gazebo. I like to take a little bit of time every once in a while to do some building. Why is there a... Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. But I take time every once in a while specifically to build because I typically am the kind of person who doesn't like put a lot of effort into building. But especially since I'm streaming and like people watch me, I have a tendency to I put in more effort in my stream than I do in when I'm playing casually, just so that people have some fun stuff to look at while they're watching. But and it's also been really fun. I really like taking some time to build because like really this game I feel like you almost have to take some time every once in a while to like slow down and build because it can get a little bit you can get a little bit burned out by just sitting there and doing nothing but progress for who knows how many hours that I work on some of this stuff. Um so I like taking that time to stop and build. But I'm also taking some time to make some steel. Okay. All right. This thing should make us some steel, which I need to make some other machines. Now that we're done with the tour, let's current goal in the game. Okay. So, our current goal right now, this is where we are. We just broke in to medium voltage, okay? We're just now getting into medium voltage. That's what that electric blast furnace is for. Electric blast furnace allows us to make aluminum, which is going to be used for our it's going to be used throughout medium voltage. Currently, what we are doing is we're trying to solve some power problems and we're trying to make polyethylene. So the reason why we're trying to make polyethylene is it's going to make it a little bit cheaper to make some certain machines, the low voltage versions of the machines, which are still going to be useful for us for a while. So right now I'm working on, I need to get a distillery so that I can process some of the oil that I've collected and make it into polyethylene. On top of that, we're probably going to be looking into making diesel and using that to power our base. So we need to get some combustion generators and get them filled with diesel. We're also, well, actually, I guess I don't need the pyrolase oven now that I'm working on diesel. Now that I think about it, I will need one of these eventually. Let's see. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much what we're doing right now. Because yeah, primitive oil refinery. Yeah, we're working on that. Just because so I've been crunching the numbers. If you look at the generators, generator. So we have a couple options. So steam generation is probably the easiest. I didn't even show you guys the downstairs area where we make steam. Steam generation is the easiest because like steam is really easy to make. It's just not very energy dense, right? Transporting steam all around the base and to like different places for steam generation can get a little bit difficult because you need so much steam. So I'm really looking into either combustion or gas turbine generators, right? So like with gas turbine generators, currently I can make methane gas by centrifuging um, logs, kapoke logs specifically, I think, and it's going okay, but like it's taking a lot just to make any methane gas, right? But if we're looking at the gas turbine generator, right? Like our next step is to make benzene, which won't be too difficult, and then our next step would be to make nitrobenzene, right? And nitrobenzene is like the best gas that we can really use. It's pretty energy dense, right? A single millibucket is worth 1200 EU, right? So keep that in mind. The gas turbine, single nitrobenzene, and nitrobenzene is pretty easy to make, but this makes 1200 EU per millibucket. Now the combustion generators, though, eventually we can get high octane gasoline, and this stuff is crazy energy efficient because or energy dense because this is 3200 EU for a single millibucket of high octane gasoline. This is what I want. I want this. I want high octane gasoline powering my whole base. Um, but we can even getting gasoline, which is 1600 EU per millibucket, is still really good. Right now, the only thing we really have access to is going to be diesel. Diesel, I think diesel's going to be the right way to go because like making diesel, we make it in a mixer, heavy fuel and light fuel. The only issue is we need a medium voltage mixer, which might cause us some problems. But you make so much of this stuff, right? Like light fuel and all this stuff. Methane by itself, is good for like the low voltage era, and then you upgrade that to benzene and then um nitrobenzene or whatever. It's just I'm wanting to do this gasoline because like I like I'm kind of what I've already shown a little bit is that like it's it's so dense, and I haven't gotten the issue is I can't. This tier is where you unlock the fluid drilling rigs to get the fluids that are underneath bedrock, but the what is it called? Prospector isn't until high voltage. I don't know if it's on here, right? Because our current ore prospector that we have only does ore, only finds ores. Prospector, right? And we need a high voltage prospector, an advanced prospector, so that I can get that fluid prospecting mode and all that good stuff. So I really need one of these, and then we'd be able to like just pump oil out of the ground. But I did collect a bunch of oil sands recently. I'm trying to figure out exactly. There's a couple different routes we can go, and I'm trying to figure out which one was going to end up being the best. But oh, let me show you the basement real quick. I have this little manhole hatch that leads down to the basement. I keep forgetting to fill in these lanterns, so it should be fine. Um this was our original mechanical power because mechanical create is here in the ultra low voltage age while you're working with steam. You also do a lot of stuff with create. So this was our original setup because there was a naturally occurring source of water here, and you can kind of see it down here. You may have seen it a little bit earlier. And now we have this setup. I have a blaze burner that is running a steam boiler, which is generating all of the kinetic energy we need. And I have it's being fed by lava. And we've got some steam boilers down here that are being fed by lava to make steam for the steam generator for the main part of the workshop. The cool thing about this mod pack, though, is that they did make it so that a single block of lava is considered a bottomless source. So luckily, you only need the one block of lava. You can do that with water, salt water, and lava. Only requires a one block to have an infinite source. They changed that in the mod pack, and it was probably a pretty good change, to be honest. Yeah, well, they don't have the nether in this mod pack, so we don't have to deal with any of that stuff. I've heard that there are some talks about maybe adding it at some point, but I don't think they're going to be doing that anytime soon. They got a lot of other stuff to work on before they get around to doing Nether stuff. Okay, so how much did I get? Yeah, I think that's what it is because I have there's another viewer that comes by here every so often, and or actually they're typically here. I don't know why they're not here recently. They must be busy. But there's another viewer who keeps up with the Discord and everything, and I'm pretty sure they did say they were using Beneath TFC for the Nether stuff. Okay, this means my batteries should be drained. Take these batteries and take them to go get charged back up. Yeah, because right now I can kind of only do the batteries. You know, I've heard a lot of people say that. I've never had any experience with it myself, but I've heard a lot of people say that they don't really like um the the Beneath TFC add-on. I mean, like, having the Nether in TFC is controversial to begin with. Like, a lot of people they kind of go back and forth on what. Oh, I need to go find some lithium. We'll go do that while I'm talking. I think there's lithium in this direction. But it's like a controversial decision, right? Like, TFC was always meant to be a much more um realistic mod pack, and a lot of people just don't want to see any like stuff because I remember like older versions of TFC didn't even have mobs in them at all, you know. I remember it being kind of a controversial thing when they started adding mobs to TFC because like for most people they just don't want any sort of like magic stuff in TFC. And like I mean, you know, zombies and skeletons are kind of magical. You might be able to make an excuse for like creepers being like naturally occurring maybe, but like uh even that's a bit of a stretch. But yeah, I don't know. Personally, I don't think we should be doing. I don't really like the idea of having Nether stuff with TFC because it kind of breaks a lot of the other ideas, like when it comes to TFC, right? Like we have the heat system, and it's like, what does the heat system mean when you're like going to like the underworld, basically? You know, it's a dimension filled with lava. I don't know if that it just doesn't fit very well. So I can see why some people don't like the idea of having that kind of stuff. But it's nice that it's there for people who do want it, because you know that's the great thing about Minecraft. You can yeah, you just do whatever you want with it. Everybody plays Minecraft in a different way, and I don't think there's any wrong way to play Minecraft, right? Like, uh, play it however you want. It's your game. You paid for it. One of the really great things about the game in general. I mean, the modding community is just it's such a great thing. I'm so glad that we have the modding community that we have with Minecraft. I'm glad that it's kept up throughout the years. There's been a lot of like iterations of Minecraft and everything. I don't have any. I need to go get some chests before I find some lithium. And it's been really cool watching how Minecraft evolves over time and like the different eras of modding and how there's always like there's specific brands, or not brands, but like niches of mods that always have to exist, and when one gets abandoned somebody else picks up something and does it in a slightly different way, right? Like you always have to have tech mods, you always have to have magic mods, and just a lot of other things. um Speaking of which, I did add better combat to this mod pack. Swoosh, swoosh. Um, and that's the great thing, right? You know, nobody has to play this game the same way. One of the things you might have noticed is that I've actually don't even have a mini map in this mod, because I didn't really like having the big automatic map and whatnot. Some yeah, dude, there's a certain brand of mod for Minecraft that is literally just one person is like super duper into like this one idea. It's typically some kind of science thing, and they just make an entire mod based around being um
as what's it called, realistic as possible, which is really what kind of like what Greg Tech is, and I mean like TerrafirmaCraft as well. And I think that's really cool. You can really see a lot of the passion that goes into a lot of these mods. It's such a great thing. I do think that like modding communities are they really make a lot of games, right? Because I play a lot of Bethesda games too, like Skyrim and Fallout 4 and all that, and I really like how they're also similar in that you can like mod them to be like whatever you want. Oh man, there was a really cool mod that came out for Fallout 4 not too long ago called Frost, which was like a super crazy, like really in-depth like survival horror almost mod pack for for Fallout 4. So cool. Such a really cool idea. Okay. What did I need? I needed chests. I need chests. Do I have I'll just grab some logs from out back. Steal some logs. Actually, I think I just need one. Yeah. It's such a the cool thing is too, and part of the reason why I've been streaming um Minecraft so much is the cool thing about Minecraft is I think that right, like if you had to pick a single game to recommend to everyone, I would pick Minecraft, right? Horror mod packs on Minecraft are annoying. Yeah, no, it's true. I do think the horror mod packs on Minecraft are a little bit lacking. A lot of them, and it kind of goes back to like it kind of goes back to like the player base, right? Like um Minecraft is still like mostly a game that is targeted towards younger people. You know, I'd say your average Minecraft player is probably, you know, like a kid who's in like middle school or something, or even, you know, that's like on average, right? Um, so I think the horror mod packs kind of reflect that because it really does feel more of like they really lean into like that like specifically Minecraft horror. Yeah, and then adults playing TerrafirmaGreg. Yeah, true. Um yeah. No, I think but I think it's really cool. I think that's like one of the best things about Minecraft again is that it's a game that like um you can play your entire life. You buy it like I said, if you had to pick one game to recommend to everyone, like if I had to like if anybody wants to know what is the one game I should buy, I say Minecraft. You can play it as a kid. You can play it as an adult. You can make it into whatever you want. There are adventure game mod packs. There are science-based mod packs. There are just building-based mod packs. There are like vanilla plus mod packs. There are so many different ways to play Minecraft. Okay, hold on. There's a cat. Hi, kitty. I've got a since you guys are new to the channel, you wouldn't know this, but I have a cat that she um tends to hang out here, and she is now awake and here for attention. Hi. I have not tried Vintage Story. I did look at it once. And I don't know. I didn't look too in depth into it. It looks pretty good. I mean, I think I think it's a good thing. People making stuff like Vintage Story that are just based off of like popular Minecraft mod packs as well, because there definitely are some limitations when it comes to Minecraft, but I think it's really cool that people are able to take something that was made like in general like by a group of like-minded people and take it and make it into their own specific thing based off of like the spirit of the mod pack, you know? It's really cool. Oh, the little baby. I gotta pet this cat for a little bit, so I'm probably not gonna be moving around for a second, so we'll just hang out and talk. Um, but yeah, I really like Minecraft. There's a reason why it's like the most famous game in like on the planet. Uh It's been hey there, little baby. It's been a really nice. It's a nice journey playing Minecraft. I think everyone loves Minecraft, I think. Um yeah, I think that's probably a good way to put it there. Big Swack. I think because I haven't played it myself, but I kind of got that feeling, right? They based it off of like base TerraFirmaCraft, but like I think Vintage Story was definitely a cooler thing and like a more interesting idea when they first started making it, because like I'm pretty sure when they um I'm pretty sure when Vintage Craft was being made, most of the Terra Firma Craft add-ons didn't really exist or weren't as sophisticated as they are nowadays. So I think that's kind of why Vintage Story has that kind of feel. Now, you know what? I would say that Microsoft probably does know that the modding community exists, and I think they don't like the the modding community. Here's my thing. I think if my Microsoft, if they thought they could get away with it, I guarantee you Microsoft would get rid of Java. I guarantee you that if they could without starting a complete riot, they would get rid of Java Edition, just because Microsoft doesn't like the fact that the players can do whatever they want with the game for free. Like Microsoft would really like it if you could like if Microsoft had the option, I would have had to pay for this mod pack, right? And that's what Microsoft would want to do with Minecraft. So it's a good thing they would never be able to get away with that. So um right, because like their updates for Bedrock have been really good. Like in general, like they've been making a lot of changes to Bedrock to help. And you're right, they should be hiring modders to make the game better. That's kind of what they did with like horses. Because horses, I'm pretty sure they actually brought Dr. Z Shark on to help make the horses in Minecraft. Um, but did you guys see the most recent? There was a Minecraft I don't know what it's called. I want to say Minecraft Direct was, but that's Nintendo. I'm thinking about the Nintendo Direct that just came out. But they did a Minecraft thing. They revealed some stuff with like ghasts, like the writable ghasts and everything. And I don't know. I think like their updates kind of like, you're right. They're kind of just like meh. Yeah, let's release one mob a year and have it be boring. They've really like it's slowed down a lot. Like production on Minecraft slowed down so much. It's really crazy too because like it wasn't that long ago that they were pumping out like pretty good updates, right? Like the caves and cliffs update was really good, and like a lot of the stuff like um they were doing a real good job from like 1.16 up to like 1.20, but like the updates have fallen off recently. I don't necessarily hate the Gaston armadillos. It's just like you guys could have done more. It sucks that these are the only things you're putting out. Like, because like, oh, one of the new things they're adding is like colored variation, like biome variations for cows and pigs, and it's like, yeah, that's a cool update, but like hasn't Quirk had that for like forever now? So like if it's just like that and the riding ghasts and like a couple other minor things, it's like, well, like I don't know. I feel like Microsoft, the billion-dollar corporation, could probably afford to give me some cooler stuff. you know? When yeah. Oh yeah. No. The thing, like if you want to get right down to it, part of the reason is like if Microsoft, like if Minecraft was still being done by like one guy, if it was just like a small team of developers doing Minecraft, I don't think I'd be as upset about the updates. But the fact is they're owned by Microsoft, right? Billion-dollar corporation Microsoft want to own, well, I don't know if Bill Gates has a whole lot to do with it anymore, but like, it was owned by like one of the richest people on the planet. and but it's like you guys can like barely put out like small updates every like once a year, and it's like, yeah, exactly. Like, dude, you know what I hate? Why haven't they added moo blooms to the game? Moo blooms. I don't even what even won that mob vote. I don't even remember what won that mob vote. I think it was the glow squid. I do like the functionality that the glow squid added in, but come on, you're telling me you can't also add in moo blooms? They're in. There's a mod pack. It's Friends and Foes. It's not a mod pack, but a mod. Friends and Foes just goes back and adds in all of the mobs that lost the mob vote, but you're telling me for some reason Microsoft can't do that, right? Like, there are already people out here doing your job. Like, just pay them for the right to use their stuff or something. Like, I'm sure you could figure out something. You're Microsoft. Like, come on. It's almost like insulting how little work gets done on Minecraft. And it's dumb too because like they really want to they really do want to go like overboard with like a lot of things, right? Like I mean heck, we just had the Minecraft movie. Is that out yet? I haven't been paying attention. I don't know if the Minecraft movie's actually out or not. But it's like, they're doing all this stuff and like they're not even doing a good job on it. It really sucks. It's frustrating. No, I feel like this has been happening with a lot of games though. Um, I play well, I used to. I guess I don't really play it anymore. I played World of Warcraft a lot. Like I grew up playing World of Warcraft, and um nowadays it's also just same thing. Good game overall, but like man, they just don't release enough to keep you playing the game. Like why would I bother playing the game when you guys are only going to release an update once every like 6 months, Or like an update that's worth anything. My accent, I don't know. I live in America. I grew up mostly in the South, kind of. No problem, Big Swag. Feel free to come back whenever you get a chance. It was good talking. America. Yeah. Yes, I'm an American. I grew up in I spent most of my time in the South, but I wouldn't necessarily say I have a southern accent except for a couple things. Uh but I do have it's like vaguely southern influenced American accent. It's most people I think most people would say that I don't necessarily have um an accent one way or the other. Australian, I get a lot of so most of my viewers are not American, and it probably has something to do with the time that I stream because when I'm streaming, I start at 2 p.m. Eastern, our East Coast. But like on our West Coast, that's like 11 o'clock. Oh, 8 a.m. Yeah. No, we get so many we get so many people from out of the states, and honestly, I'm here for it. I'd rather nothing no shade towards my fellow Americans, but man, there's a lot of stuff going on here. But I love having it's Thursday over there. It's still Wednesday here. You guys are from the future. um um no, we get a lot of viewership from outside of the states. Most of my viewers are from Europe. Uh um my biggest viewership is actually from Sweden. For some reason, the Swedes, they love themselves some TerrafirmaGreg. Uh oh, Canadians? Yeah, Canadians are some good people. I like Canada. Uh they're gonna become our 51st state apparently if our current administration has their way, so but yeah, most of our viewers are from Sweden. I think it has partially to do with like when I I sure hope so. I I sure hope they won't. Um but yeah. No, I really enjoy like having we get a lot of people from all over Europe, mostly Sweden, but I've got some viewers from Ireland and the UK and few people from Eastern Europe as well, even more Eastern. Like I think we have a couple of Russians. I mean, none that have talked in chat. I'm mostly talking about like my analytics. I check my Twitch analytics every once in a while to see. But like my majority of viewers, it's like 40% Sweden, and then like the second highest group is like 30% American, and then the rest is from other places. I am so glad that we have an Aussie in chat. I'm I'm just gonna try collecting viewers from every country. It's gonna be great. Let's see, where's my I need to make my food. Cooking time. Yeah, I very much enjoy everything. I really do like how it's so cool that like that would be very nice of you actually. I do keep up with people who follow me cuz like Twitch has that thing where when you're in your when you're looking at like your stream manager and everything, it tells you it tells you what followers also stream. I do check every once in a while, so I might have to drop in on one of your streams at some point. Although I really hate it because the stupid Twitch thing will tell you that somebody is live when they're not. I've never like seen anyone actually be live when I check. I guess I'm just not lucky, or like my viewers just don't stream very often. But I need to show up, and I need to find more. I need to go to other people's streams. That'll be really fun. But yeah. Pop, pop, pop. Yeah, the only thing is, like, I tend to not actually be online much when I'm not streaming. Go do Minecraft. What do you play? Um, let's see. But I'll do it when I wait for my next game comes out. Oh yeah. What games do you normally stream? Because Minecraft is just what I stream, but and it is one of my favorite games, but it's not all I've played. Like I mentioned, I do a lot of I've played MMOs. I played a lot of MMOs over the years. I've also played a lot of RTS, and well, maybe not a lot of RTS. I like RTS, but I don't like play them competitively. Black Flag. Next is a game called Player Obscure Expedition 33. Ooh, Souls games. I don't play Souls games myself, but I do like watching people play them. I'm not super into. I mean, like I don't know. I'd probably like. I have thought about like playing Elden Ring on stream at some point, but just because like a lot of people really like it, and I think I would have a lot more fun playing Elden Ring if I had an audience. But yeah, those are definitely some fun games. Okay, yeah, cool. Thank you for joining me. Always great to have people to talk to. Always fun. Thank you so much for the follow as well. I'll check out. I'll keep an eye out and see if maybe I can join one of your streams some point. Okay, let's see. Let's get. We got our food almost done. Another great and glorious batch of food. I'm glad that I started like actually doing larger batches of food. For a long time I was just doing single batches of food, and it was just not working out super well. It's just having to come back here and cook constantly was a bit of a headache. But we can eat this food now. Delicious soup. Okay. That there. Okay. All right. So, I was mentioning this before I got a bit we got a bit carried away because I got carried away. I started getting that audience of people. We do have I do have to go and take care of something real quick. It'll probably be like 1 maybe 2 minutes. But I do have to go AFK for just a second. So I'm gonna put up my AFK scene. I will be right back. I just got to go like rinse out my bowl and everything, and then I'll be right back. So to all you lurkers, hang out for just a second. I'll leave you with the dulcet tones of the basic thermal centrifuge. Okay, I am back. Pop, 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 pop. Yeah, I had I mentioned before, but well, I mentioned it a while ago. We've gotten some more viewers since I mentioned this, so I'll go over it again. Um, I had some like orange chicken I was eating, and ugh, I had to go rinse out the bowl because I don't like keeping the bowls in my room. I mean, first of all, I have cats, like, and those guys have a real bad tendency of just like getting into things. Not even in like a oh I want your I want to lick your orange chicken out of the bowl. Um not just that, but like cats like they get their they walk near things and then they get their fur in it and then it's just such a headache to clean. But also like I don't like the smell. You know, I keep it's like cuz this room stays relatively closed off while I'm streaming so that I don't bother anyone else in the house. And like a lot of food I found out has like a really strong smell if you just like leave it sitting too long, and it starts like kind of getting to me. Especially like, hold on, I got like speaking of cats, I have like a cat hair like stuck on my lip. I'm trying to get at it. A second. Okay, I think I got it. I think I got it. I think this is the downsides of owning cats. I love them so much, but like, man, do they get their fur everywhere? And all over the place, and it gets in everything. And why is it still? Why does it still feel like I have hair in my mouth? Uh, okay. I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we're copacetic. We're all in this together. Let's see. Diatomite, cassiterite, garnet. Um, where are we? I am going in the wrong direction. I need um what's that stuff called that puts in go in battery? Lithium. We need lithium. Okay. We're going to go find some lithium because I need more batteries because having just 5 batteries is not cutting it. I need more batteries. Um yeah, and I know there's lithium. I swear I heard something. I know there's lithium on this island, which is really nice. There's very few resources that we have to like go off of the island to find at this point. Especially now that I have the prospector that lets me get a better view on where things are. The only things so far that I think we have to go off island to get are um ooh, sodalite. I need lapis as well. Um oil sands. We don't have any oil sands here. And God, what was it called? What is the stuff that is it's it's a railgar. This stuff, which apparently is useful. One of my other viewers told me that this stuff is used for something later on. I don't know exactly what it's used for right now. I know I needed some of it for something that I did, but I don't think we oh hi. What are you doing up here? Jack Donkey, how are you? Hi buddy. Okay. Well, I guess that's your bush, so leave you to it. Ah, ah. Neodymium. Oh, there's lithium out here somewhere. There's lithium in those hills. We're gonna start our lithium mine. We'll stop by and say hi to Hoppy and Poppy. Hello, Hoppy. Hello, Poppy. Enjoying your little date night. Your indefinite date night. Poppy and Poppy sitting on the. I love how Poppy is a size 7 and Poppy is a size 12. Look at that. A girl boss queen right there. Let's go. I swear there is lithium around here somewhere. Maybe I should look up what rock layer lithium spawns in so I would have a better idea of where I'm going. Mule. Uh, lithium ores. L. Let's see. Which one of you? Lithium. Lithium. Am I missing something? Where's lithium? Amethyst garnet. Gold. We don't need any more gold. This island is covered in gold. Alright. I guess I just don't get to know where lithium spawns, do I? Quite the conundrum here. I'm not seeing this is for rock salt, which this stuff also contains lithium, so I guess if I found that I could. Why is lithium not listed here? Is lithium not listed here? The issue is, like, obviously it's alphabetical order, but there's a lot of combined ones. I'd honestly almost prefer if they just did multiple entries that led to the same thing. I feel like that might be a better way to do things. Man, we have these plum trees out here, by the way. I I should I should take these. I love plums. Like, IRL, plums are one of my favorite fruits. And I like the idea of feeding my my little guy in game the same kind of foods that I like, you know? It's like a little um it's fun, you know? I get to imagine, you know, that's what we do when we play video games. There's the lithium. Have a little fun, you know, give your guy a fun little snack. That's what I do in real life, you know. I like fun little snacks in IRL. It's definitely my favorite thing to do. Okay. Basic miner. Okay, hold on. Up like that. Set it up like that. These. Okay, and we need to build a roof over this so it doesn't catch on fire when it rains or explode. Not exactly sure which one it does. Let's do 1, 2, 2, 2. Wrong. 1, 2. If I have enough for this. I don't think I do. Yeah, I don't think 10 slabs is going to be quite enough. Okay, I guess this is going to be one of those cases where I have to chop down a tree. But I don't think I want to chop down an absolutely massive tree just for a little bit of resources. Because that's a lot. There's a lot in each one of these singular trees. Maybe I just chop down a palm tree. This one's gonna look a little messed up because we're gonna have a palm tree. Up. It's a little freaky, but it's fine. That's all right. I need a crafting table. I need a saw. Can't believe we're still using the wrought iron saw. I mean, I guess we don't like do a whole lot of sawing by hand anymore, but like it's kind of crazy how long that wrought iron saw will last you. I like the moss that just decides it's gonna be here too now. Tick. Pop 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 pop. Okay. Alright, everything should be good. Time to slap some batteries in it. I guess I probably could just slap, like, all 4 batteries in this thing, right? Because, like, it's gonna mine up lithium, which is going to get us more batteries. There it goes. Alright, while we wait for this thing to mine up lithium, let's do some research. Let's find out what the rest of this stuff does. Okay, so this is going to get us whatever this is. Ooh, manganese. I think I actually needed manganese for something, didn't I? I swear I needed manganese. Hold on, let me check. Did I need this to make ooh, stainless steel dust. That I know that's going to be useful later on, because stainless steel is what we use in high voltage. Yeah, this stuff, manganese phosphide, or phosphide. We need this for making manganese phosphide ingots, and manganese phosphide ingots can be made into manganese phosphide wire, which is a superconductor, which means that it has zero loss over distance with the electricity, and because it has zero loss, it also means it doesn't even need to like have rubber added to it, right? This this is a good thing. We just need to get the phosphide, which I'm not exactly sure how we're gonna do that, but you know, that's what we're here for. We're here to learn. We're here to find out. All right, so manganese, that's a great thing to get. Molybdenum, don't really know what molybdenum does yet, but it's probably useful, right? It makes whatever this is. Makes whatever this is. I know this is a really good metal. This ultimate the ultimate metal. I know this is a really good dust, so that's good. But I'm pretty sure we had like RTM alloy dust is probably a pretty good one too. Ah. Yeah, most of these materials are used to make other materials. They're combined. But what is this stuff that this is made out of do anyways? This scheelite? What does this do? We can put it in a chemical bath to get tungstic acid dust, calcium chloride dust. This looks like some high, because this is an EV, so I don't think we're going to be using this for anything anytime soon. Okay, and then we also have tungstate, which is probably just something to make tungsten at some point. We get more manganese dust. It also gives us lithium dust at some point if we do it through a chemical bath with mercury. It also gives us silver dust, but nothing super interesting going on there. And this is probably just used, yeah, in a chemical bath, tungstic acid, lithium chloride. Okay, so that's just tungsten. Okay, how's it going, basic miner? You doing good? We're going to claim this chunk and force load this chunk. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I think this amount of lithium is probably more than enough. Also diorite. That means there's diorite down here. I need diorite for a few things. Because if you look at diorite dust, it can get centrifuged out into clay dust. Which is very useful because we can also like infinitely generate diorite if I get a piece of diorite, which is are you diorite? No, you're just andesite. I think the diorite's probably underneath. That's fine. I guess we'll just how much lithium dust is this gonna give me? A lot? I hope it's a lot. I hope it's quite a bit. Yeah, it has like a 33% chance of getting more lithium. So it's like a 66. It's like 1.66 for each piece. Although it's mostly poor lithium, which is kind of sucks. But this should be enough to at least remake our batteries. You ever Oh, this part's still on my map. I do have a map installed, by the way. I've got a map that the Atlas mod is what it is. Atlases. And I really like the way that this works. But it does also help me find out where I am. At least when we still have the maps. I need to make more maps is one of the big things. We need to make a lot more maps. Which is going to involve a lot more paper. I think the issue was like I needed more lye. But now that we have that ashtray on the stove... Ooh, is this diorite? Oh, this is diorite. Okay, I want some diorite. Because I can use this. Is it diorite or diacite? No, it was diorite. I am diorite. Dinomite. Let's go. Okay. That's spooky. There's I think I'm gonna sneeze soon. Hold on. Alright, I managed to mute before I did that, but you probably saw my character move. No, there's this one, there's this one, I saw a comic on it was on Tumblr. I saw a comic on Tumblr where it's like it's like your generic anime type protagonist and like old guy karate master type person, and the anime protagonist is like powering up and he gets like the whole aura around him, and he's like, ah, I feel so powerful, master, what's happening? And the karate master guy is like, I don't know, that's scary. And it's really funny. You got to think about it, like that had to have happened at some point, right? Like the first time Goku powered up to some ridiculous level, do you think Master Roshi was just like, wow, that's a bit much there. I don't know if I like that. All right, we're gonna do I'm gonna do more raw diorite because I can do all sorts of cool stuff with this. That's infinite clay right there, is what that is. Speaking of infinite, let's get rid of some of the stone dust. I can put this somewhere. Hopefully that gets us enough lithium for our purposes. Turn off this thing because we can't run both of them at the same time. That would be illegal. No, it's it's not technically illegal, but it just doesn't work because we only have one generator. And I'm also pretty sure that one centrifuge can only power a single generator anyways. So it's kind of like a thing where you need... Like, I don't think the... It's just not really working out super well for me, I guess. I know I had some stone dust stored back here somewhere. Which barrel? There we go. Because this stuff is going to be useful for us. If you guys don't know what stone dust is used for, once we get ourselves a medium voltage centrifuge, we can centrifuge the stone dust, and it gives us a lot of really good stuff. Quartzite dust, potassium feldspar dust, marble dust, which I'm pretty sure itself can also be centrifuged for stuff. Biotite. Metal mixture is one of the best ones, and sodalite. Metal mixture, because metal mixture... Well, I guess it's not until we get to EV, but we can separate it out for even more crazy stuff. This is the point where you're getting like infinite ore generation at that point. Because what? This is just because the marble dust can also be centrifuged things. But it's you're definitely getting the most out of your metals. You know. Okay, so what was I doing? what did I? What was I? We have enough. We have enough steel to make a new machine. Yeah. We're working on getting. We're working on getting polyethylene. Polyethylene. We need a distillery. So let's work on that. One distillery coming right up. We have 40 minutes left in stream, so let's get to work on this. I think we can get a distillery set up before stream ends.
Let's do a couple things. Does this get... Ooh, wait, that's a long copper rod. Actually, that does sound a lot easier. Um, those all in cables. The one pump. This is going to be the part that takes the most. Takes a lot of stuff. I think that's mostly it, though. I think that's pretty good. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Let me set that recipe. We're going to get this before the end of stream chat. Even if I have to go over a little bit, but I don't think I will, because I think we're doing good. You're going to get turned off for a little bit. Okay. What I need is to bend these things on a 1. Do I have more red steel? I think I actually used up all my red steel. I'm gonna have to make more red steel, aren't I? Sad. Sad because because we're really close to the point where I don't have to use red steel for those machine holes, so that's kind of sad that we're gonna have to make another batch. But then again, red steel's still useful for some stuff. I still need to make some red steel armor. You can still, I still only have my black bronze armor, and our clothing just broke. We're gonna have to get some more clothing soon too. Okay, but in order to make red steel, I need a lot of things. I'm gonna uh need steel dust. I need steel dust and reds and black steel dust. And I have a small pile of red steel, but that's not gonna help us. Do I not have any more? I guess we're gonna have to do it from scratch. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. I've been meaning to do this more often because it's one of those things where it does help the channel, especially now that I can see we have pretty decent number of people hanging out. And since we are getting close to the end of stream, I want to make sure I get this said before we end stream so that because people have a tendency to leave a little bit before stream, so it's better to get this out of the way now. If there's anybody watching who hasn't followed and you've enjoyed my content, make sure you hit that follow button. It helps out the channel a lot, and you can set it up to get notifications whenever I go live. And I really like it. Okay, so there's a couple things we got to do here. I don't know if we're getting I don't know if we're getting that thing before the end of stream. Hold on. Oh god, I need okay. Let's lock in. Red steel dust is what we're making, okay? So I need in order to make red steel dust, I need steel dust. I only need the issue is we're gonna make I have so many I need batteries because I need to make more steel. I don't even have the steel required to make this. Okay. Womp womp. How am I gonna do this? How am I gonna... Did you get all my lithium? Okay. No. Lithium. Lithium dust. Okay. We need to make more batteries. We need to make several more batteries before we do anything anything with half of this other stuff. Okay. Lithium. I need at least 4 more lithium batteries, which means I need what? Lithium battery. Which means we need 2 lithium dust per battery, which means we're going to need at least 8 dust, which we get. Easy. That's not even, like, a question of whether or not we can do that, because we can. Keep purifying the oil sands. We need oil. Actually, I already have some lithium dust on me. Okay, I also need to make the battery hulls. Ooh, I didn't realize this was so much easier to make with the assembler. Oh, wait, but it needs polyethylene, which we don't have. So, we'll make up a batch of battery alloy, which is 4 lead ingots and 1 antimony. Or dust. We can also do dusts.
So let's look at lead. Of course, lead we need to transfer in this vessel. I really need to make a colored vessel for that, don't I? I could probably do that now, right? Nah. Well, maybe. Maybe. Right now it's kind of just the one that isn't colored, so I guess that works pretty well, right? Alright. Oh my god. We've got a lot of lead going on. Do I have any more lead? Okay. I think we actually have more lead in the back. Or in the front. Kind of hard to keep track of where's where in this place. Alright. I think we could probably make more than enough using just what we have on hand. Well, you know what? That was a lie. That was a bold-faced lie because we need more than just 2 pieces of lead. Let's swap these so it does it once it's done with the lithium. Uh, Okay. Let me go check and see what else we got. Yeah, so we do have a couple pieces of lead left over. What I need next is antimony. Okay, 1 piece of antimony. That is probably not enough. And I don't think that's one of those things we have just pure of. Well, because 1 piece of antimony will get us 5 battery alloy ingots. Which isn't enough to get the 4, because we need 8 pieces. Yeah. How do I make this? Arc furnace? Arc furnace? Ooh. Can I put the dust in here? What's this? What? Wood wall. Why does that give? Does that take lead? It does take lead. What is this for? This has got to be for like a multi-block, right? Yeah. The block tank. Is that all it's for? It's just lead lined. It's just just lined with a lot of lead, I guess. Oh wait. We already have battery alloy plates. We actually already have exactly enough. Huh. Well. Well. Does my canner have? No. Okay. So, I guess we don't actually need any of this. I mean, it'll be nice to get, but we actually have enough battery alloy on hand to make the 4 batteries I want. I'll probably say, I'll wait, I'll hold off on making more, because I get that polyethylene recipe later on. Where I made a bunch of wires. There they are. Alright, so yeah, this works out easy. Good. That'll get us 4 battery holes. And then into the canner. And then we'll just turn this off for a second while I can some batteries. Ah, perfect. Man, we didn't need as much as I thought we would. I didn't realize we just had this lying around. It's amazing the stuff you can find sitting in your closet when you go to clean it out. Alright, the only issue is these need to be filled up with energy as well as lithium. So, now the issue is it does take a little bit of time for these things to charge. We gotta charge the batteries. Yeah. Is there anything else I can make? We should probably do a batch of circuits at some point. Yeah. Well, the issue is, what did we need? Resistors? The issue is we need some stuff. We need to wait, I think. We're gonna have to wait on a few things to generate. So I think we're probably not gonna be able to get this by the end of stream. I think we'll be able to get all the resources gathered together to make the distillery. And then we'll be able to do our thing with oil. We can make our diesel and whatnot. We do a lot of cool things with that. But let's see. So there's a lot of things we're gonna need. We're gonna need I think like combustion engine, right? Combustion engine. Everybody loves combustion engines. They're like right. That's everybody's like favorite kind of engine is combustion, right? Like, um, but what's I need the gas collector. I need so many things. I need so many fun things. Fun and crazy, wild things. Why did I even need this electrolyzer? What was this for? There's too many recipes for me to look through what this was for. Why did I add this to my list? Okay. So, let's see. We need we need to figure out what we're doing next. So I think the gasoline generation is going to be good. The issue with the gasoline generation is I can't get it infinite right now. I cannot get. I will have to continuously do things to make gasoline. What are the processes? We're not making gasoline. We're making diesel. Uh, do I know how to spell diesel? I There we go. It's yeah, IES. Dicel. Okay, because diesel. See, the issue is we need a bunch of things because we need a kinetic mixer, and we need light fuel and heavy fuel. Which actually, okay, how do I make heavy fuel? Heavy fuel is just sulfuric heavy fuel and hydrogen gas. Sulfuric heavy fuel is just light oil or just raw oil. In a distillery, man, oh man, maybe we do okay, maybe we do the benzene production because that was kind of the plan to begin with, was to do benzene production. I think we do benzene production and then switch over to diesel. How much does diesel produce? Because diesel produces 480 per millibucket, and benzene produces 352 per millibucket, which means it's not as dense as using combustion generators. What does it take to make combustion generators? A lot of steel. Because the thing is, like with the the gas generators take up a lot of. I think gas generators are actually probably cheaper to make overall, aren't they? Yeah, I mean they take a bunch of tin, but that's it. These ones take bronze for the advanced ones. That's not bad though. Yeah, maybe that's the maybe we do just stick with gas production. It's easier. I think we'll probably want to swap over to like we might do the nitrobenzene route. I don't know if we'll swap to gas or to like combustion before or after we do nitrobenzene, but it's gonna be somewhere around that time. Okay, I need saws. I need mechanical saws. Yeah, we're gonna swap over. I need 5 mechanical saws. Um, Saw blades. We'll do copper because that's extremely abundant on the island. These are just, yeah, 4. I'm just gonna do like that. Yeah, this actually is not bad. We have most of this on hand. Wait, I can do. It was 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I need 5 of these. So I can increase the number 5. Might as well just do this. And then we might as well. Yeah, actually, that's fine. Yeah, so it is going to take a little bit. It takes quite a bit of wrought iron, but that's an easy resource for us to get nowadays. We are past the stage where wrought iron is a difficult or time-consuming resource to generate. One of the easiest things we can make, aside from like just straight up like copper, which is, just takes basically nothing. So we're swapping gears. We're working on saws. Can I? We have those other saws out back, but that's just to ignore those. Ignore the saws. Actually, methane. Yeah, we need capoke in order to make methane. Or netherwort, if we could somehow get our hands on netherwort. Which we can't, because we can't go to the nether. Not really sure why this recipe's still in here. There's like a lot of other stuff we can do, but I don't think we have access to any of this stuff. Like, what is refinery gas even from? Yeah, this is this is just like a way to process this stuff. Distillery takes like, yeah. This is not super good for us. I could electrolyze allyl chloride, but that's probably going to be, yeah, this is just like a very roundabout way of making a worse fuel, I think, unless you needed methane for something specifically. Methanol. That goes in a combustion generator. It is not very energy dense though, so we are not going with that. All right, we'll just do methane, I think. Can I do this in something better? The issue is it takes so much EU to do all this. Yeah, this is just this operation. It's not worth it, you know? Yeah. Oh, we can make. I forgot about that operation. I really should be doing that more often. Yeah, because that's what I can do with. Actually, hold on, hold up. Do we even need trees? What have trees ever done for us? It's carbon dust though, because I would need a source of carbon dust. But I can. Isn't carbon dust a byproduct from the methane process, anyways? Yeah, it is. So I should be taking that stuff out and sending it back for repurposing. What else could I do with this stuff? Because like sticky resin, what do we do with sticky resin? Rubber pulp, plant ball. Don't know what the rubber pulp's gonna help us with. Most of this is not super duper useful. It's like rubber pulp is just used for making rubber, isn't it? I can't like do something with the rubber pulp aside from what's this? Construction foam. Okay. All right. Anyways, so the sticky resin we can probably void because we just don't need it for anything. Although it does make plant balls, right? What does plant ball do? Plant ball gets us biochaff, which can make dirt, or we can brewery it into biomass. Biomass into a this is EV though. Into a distillery. Ethanol. Oh, sweet. Sweet ethanol, baby. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out, man. We're gonna be wrapping up here in about 20 minutes anyways, so you're not gonna miss too much. Have fun. Come back sometime and let me know about your progress though. I love hearing about other people's progress. That's my favorite part is when people show up and tell me about what they're doing in their worlds though. Good luck to you, man. Fermented biomass. This just goes straight into fertilizer. And it makes water. Not going to be very helpful for me, though. Ethanol. What do I do with ethanol? Aside from, what? Polyethylene. I was making polyethylene. Can I do anything interesting with this? I can make biodiesel if I had seed oil, but that's a pain. And also sulfuric acid. See, I'm just trying to figure out. I could just send the spare ethanol to a combustion generator. Why not? I can think of several reasons why not, but let's see. Glycerol, biodiesel. This is high voltage anyways, and this is ethylene. It probably would just be best to just. Like, I don't know. I don't even know why we gathered the oil at this point because it looks like I'm just I'm just gonna be making it. Anyways, what did I get this from? Is the plant balls, right? It's the plant balls that get made into biochaff and turned into biomass and then turned into ethanol. Yeah. Or I could just turn it into more softwood pulp and water. What do I use softwood pulp for though? Uh, compress, extract. God, back to plant balls again. Fertilizer. I think this is just like not worth trying to figure out what to do with that stuff. Okay, so the thing is, like, right, I make methane. Methane gives me these byproducts. We can like get rid of half of this, but the carbon dust is worth sending back for reprocessing, right? Because once we get enough once we get enough carbon dust, we can well actually once we get any carbon dust can be sent straight to the chemical reactor with hydrogen to make hydrogen gas, or with hydrogen gas to make methane. Which I think is going to be like the best use for all this, right? Um, the thing is, what is the energy cost of making hydrogen gas though? Uh, because we're looking at it like an electrolyzer. And I just don't know if it's going to end up. I mean, I think it is. It makes like 1,000. It makes like a whole bucket of methane, right? But I think it'll still be worth it because we can set up an electrolyzer with. See, distilled water. I mean, I don't think there's a reason to use distilled. It might be faster. Yeah. Okay, distilled water. Where's normal water? Salt water. It's this chlorine gas and hydrogen. And sodium hydroxide dust. Fun. Here's normal water. Normal water is 75 seconds with um so we're talking a cost of 45,000 EU, 45k EU, which is a high cost. That's a high cost, but that does get us enough to make 2 buckets worth of methane. But what's the distilled water cost? So distilled water's the same cost, so there's no point in distilling the water before electrolyzing it if we're trying to get the hydrogen gas, and then we can take the oxygen gas and use it for other things, right? Like we can take oxygen gas. It's a resource that we actually need. I don't know if there's anything super interesting that we can do with it. Vacuum freezer, I could turn it into liquid oxygen. Once we get to EV, which apparently doesn't do anything aside from be liquid oxygen. So I don't know exactly how that would. Does it make the same amount? 1 bucket of oxygen gas goes to 1 bucket of liquid oxygen. I feel like that shouldn't work. I feel like you should get a lot less liquid oxygen. Like there should be some sort of conversion. It's like the benefit would be getting to storage space, right? Are you done? You are done, actually. Cool. Do I have more? What's going on over here? You have oxygen gas. Plenty of oxygen gas. Pretty sure this thing can do like 12 wrought iron ingots. Let's make a few more wrought iron ingots, though. Speaking of needing, what was it? Needing some oxygen. Some more oxygen. Yeah, I mean, I think we just siphon off the coal, the carbon dust. I kind of have a lot of. Where did I get all this carbon dust? I have so much carbon dust. It's got to be um, just from the process of centrifuging out so many logs. I also get it from coal dust. Talc, dark ashes, it's whatever. Right, activate. Yeah, I think that's it. The distillery.
Severely cracked. We could get where do we even get this? Where do we get? Where do we get? Where do I get refinery gas? Hydrogen gas, sulfuric gas, or natural gas. If we had natural gas, we could go fracking. It's Americans' favorite pastime, right? Sulfuric gas. You just get it from oil. Is that even worth it? Is it worth it to just turn it into sulfuric gas? You know? Because we could also make it into sulfuric light fuel. I feel like you get more energy out of it that way. I feel like turning it into sulfuric gas because like okay, all right. So it's 25. We actually get more. God, I'd have to do some calculations for this. Oh man. Okay. So like what? Sulfuric gas. We get 15 buckets. And also take some hydrogen gas. Oh, this stuff actually makes. No, it doesn't. This is a gas turbine. It takes 32 buckets to make you. I thought it was gonna be better than that. Okay, so we get 16 buckets of refinery gas, and then that gets sent to you. You combine it with some, and you get your severely steamed cracked, which is it gets reduced by half when you do that. Yeah, severely steamed cracked, reduced by half, and then that can be a 1-to-1 into meth. Okay. So we're getting roughly half of what we get out of the oil, but we are also getting like slightly more, right? Because we end up with that. So let's say I have a bucket. Let's say we have one bucket of oil, and we divide that by 25 millibuckets, which means we get 40 operations, right? So um, that's just gonna be it's a 1-to-1 on the light fuel, so you get 1,000. But out of the with the sulfuric gas, you get 1,200, and then sulfuric light fuel gets turned directly into light fuel, right? And that can be sent to a combustion generator on its own to make 320 EU worth of power, right? 320 EU worth of power per millibucket. Meanwhile, our methane is nowhere near as dense. It's actually 112 EU per millibucket of um of methane, which light fuel by itself is already more than twice as effective as making as methane is. But we don't get that extra amount, but if we do like severely cracked light fuel, it does get reduced by half. But then severely cracked fuel can be sent to a distillery to make it can make naphtha. A small amount though. It can also make benzene. Ethylene is what we want. We want ethylene or ethane, I think, to make. Okay, so so here's the thing. Okay, so I have 1,000. I have 1,000. If I have light fuel, right? We take the light fuel because we get 1,000 light fuel from 1,000 oil, and then that gets turned into 500 with the severely steam cracked. Okay, and then what can I take that? What can I get out of that? Right. So we can get naphtha, which can be burned for 320 EU. But it reduces it by to like a fifth, right? Or it reduces it by a lot. By a tenth. We do get the extra carbon dust, but like I'm pretty sure that's something we're factoring in anyways. Propane can be put in a gas turbine. It has divided by 4. 232 EU per millibucket of propane. Right? But, and it makes it at 50 millibuckets, which is actually worse than the amount we get for naphtha. So it would have to be twice as efficient as naphtha to be worth making, as opposed to naphtha, right? And naphtha is 320 EU, so it is not twice as efficient as naphtha. So the best thing that we can get from severely cracking light fuel to run for generation is it's gotta be naphtha, right? So naphtha, so we're getting for 1 bucket worth of, and because you got to remember we got to cut this in half because we divide it in half when we crack it, right? Because yeah, 1 bucket of light fuel turns into 500 millibuckets, half a bucket of severely cracked light fuel, and then that turns into not use this, I need recipe, and then that gets turned into 500 millibuckets of nap. So, well, it gets turned into 50 millibuckets. So out of 1 bucket of oil, 1 bucket of light, 1 bucket of oil, we're getting 50 millibuckets of naphtha, which burns at 320 EU for a total of 1600 EU. Pretty respectable amount, right? 1600 EU by going that route. Okay, so what if we start with oil and we turn it into sulfuric gas? Sulfuric gas is getting us 1200 sulfuric gas for every 1000 oil. So then the sulfuric gas gets turned into refinery gas. At a 1-to-1 ratio, we do have to add in the hydrogen gas, but we're already going to be making hydrogen gas anyways. Although there is the energy cost of that. All of this does have an energy cost, but I don't want to do the math to figure that out. And then refinery gas gets cut in half into severely cracked gas. Yeah. So yeah, so we cut it in half when we, so that gives us 600 millibuckets from a single bucket, right? Severely cracked gas. So then that gets sent, and it's 1-to-1 with methane. And it's 1-to-1 with methane, right? So that means we get 600 millibuckets of methane for each bucket of oil, right? And then that can be sent to a turbine and burned at a value of 112 EU per millibucket. I'm 600. Yeah, okay. So if we do that, it's 67,200 units of EU, which is 4 times more efficient than turning oil into what was it, naphtha to burn. Now there are other ways, because like the thing is, right, we've got naphtha. That's just if we turn it into naphtha. There's other ways that we can take it. Because we could also turn it into diesel, right? So how do we make diesel? Okay, we make diesel. God, this is gonna be a hard one. Okay, so it's 1-to-1 with light fuel and heavy fuel. And light fuel, we just get sulfuric light fuel, which is 1-to-1 with oil, right? So sulfuric light fuel, and the same process that we use with methane to get it 1-to-1 light fuel. Now, what about heavy fuel? Heavy fuel is gotten, God, by taking, man, this is gonna be some whack conversions. So severely steam cracked fuel. So we're cutting it in half to make heavy fuel, right? Okay. We cut it in half, and then we cut it. Gods. Okay. So for one bucket, we end up with, yeah, we end up with 500 millibuckets. So we get 25 millibuckets of heavy fuel, right? And then that's all we'd mix to make diesel. It's only a sixth of it, right? So we get a 1-to-1. We get 5 buckets worth of light fuel, which is 1-to-1. So we don't worry about that one as much. 1/6 of it is going to get turned down to cheese. So let's well, okay. I guess we could like multiply it, right, by, okay. It's like, what if I do let's say we have 6 buckets, so 6 times 600, 3,600 times 112 is going to be about 400,000. So if I do the same thing, but we're taking, so in order to make one bucket, God, in order to make one bucket of heavy fuel, it's going to take 40 buckets of light fuel, right? Um, so we take 45 buckets. Okay. So one bucket of light fuel. So we do heavy fuel. So that, but it still makes us 6 buckets of diesel, right? And then diesel can be burned. So 6 buckets, 6,000 times 480 is gonna get us like almost 3 million EU for that operation, but that takes 45 buckets worth. So if I divide that by 45, it's 64,000. And right, because that's how much for one bucket. I don't I don't I don't know if that's worth it. Diesel, why would you go the, what, there's got to be something I'm missing here. If diesel's supposedly a good route to go, my calculations have to be wrong, right? Because it's recipe for heavy fuel. Severely, oh, I guess we could severely crack. Well, the naphtha, severely steam cracking naphtha would be worse than just taking um severely cracked light fluid, because it gets reduced for that too, right? Need the recipe. Severely steam cracked light fuel. One bucket into heavy fuel, but in order to severely crack it, you have to cut it in half already. So, yeah, you're only getting 25 millibuckets per bucket of light fuel. Yeah, I don't think diesel works out to being all that good. I think the difference comes in once you start doing the distillation tower, right? Because with the distillation tower, you get a lot of extra byproducts. Like you get a lot of this stuff, right? Like one, what's this? Lightly cracked, severely cracked, naphtha. So like severely cracked, you get the 50 fuel, but you also get, well, none of this is useful equation. I think we go with the benzene, right? I don't even know why we brought. I really like. Okay, I went through these calculations, but that's just like turning your oil into methane gas. I feel like this is somehow better, right? Because it's 1-to-1 with severely steam cracked gas, right? Severely steam cracked gas, which is half. Actually, might be better because okay, it actually might even be better because right, like I can make methane um in the distillery. You can also just make it out of refinery gas directly, which would be better because it goes from 40 millibuckets to 30 millibuckets. Although it doesn't get us the extra carbon dust, but like I don't know if that's gonna be worth it. Is the carbon dust worth it? Because the carbon dust goes in to go into get turned into the methane into a chemical reactor. Let's make 1 bucket. Maybe the carbon dust is worth it. Yeah, it probably is worth it. I don't know. Well, I've been sitting here for a while though. I've been sitting here doing math. I think methane production just seems like it's better overall. Because of the like because of the heavy fuel especially, right? The heavy fuel required. Unless is like I've got to be missing something. Is there some better way to make heavy fuel? Because the distillery just makes it out of cracked fuel. The distillation tower even doesn't really make that much. Large chemical reactor, right? Because we could, well, okay, because we can do a chemical reactor, sulfuric heavy fuel. That's got to be it. That's it, right? Because we can take oil and turn it into 10 millibuckets of sulfuric heavy fuel, and then the sulfuric heavy fuel in a chemical reactor goes 1-to-1 with heavy fuel. That's got to be it, right? Because otherwise, it's an extremely bad exchange. But sulfuric heavy fuel is only a tenth of raw oil. So you're getting what 100 millibuckets of this for every bucket. So you only need 10 buckets, right? So that would mean instead of taking that roughly 3 million figure and dividing it by 45, you would divide it by 15, which gets you about a little bit over or close to 200,000, which I think is still worse somehow. It's just not nearly as bad. Still like half the efficiency though. All right, anyways, it was fun talking math with you guys. I gotta my character's gotta eat. I've been sitting here so long. My character has been started starving. But I'm pretty sure that electrolyzer was making a lot of oxygen while I was talking. Okay. All right. Well, we're at the end of the stream. Thank you all for joining me. I love you all. Anyone who is watching that isn't following, make sure to hit the follow button. Really helps out the stream and everything. But we also have our links below. YouTube, there should have been a new VOD that just went up on YouTube. And Blue Sky, which is where I'll contact you if I can't make it to stream or something. Okay, so I'm going to head off for today. Thank you all again for joining me. But I'm going to head out. Bye, everyone.